Hello, everybody. Welcome to another great Sunday evening with our adventurers here for another D&D session in the game Ages Past in the world of Faloran. I am your DM for this session, AJ, and of course I have an ad that's going on. Now we got rid of that. Yes, so I will be your DM for this session, and we have our lovely 4 players here. Let's go around the table, introduce them. First, of course, is ladies, and that would be Kayla. Who do you play?
My name is Kayla, and I play Valindra. She is the half-elf, half-tiefling Pact of the Undying Warlock, and she has the cutest little Finnick fox. His name is Winnie, and they go on grand adventures together, and they try to manage everyone in this party and just live it well.
And Winnie's been reassembled again.
Yes. He did die last time. Did I reassemble him?
You did. You took an hour to reassemble.
Okay. I was about to be the worst mom ever, okay?
No,
We're good.
Now, and at the moment, he, I believe, is also on top of Rook's head, which we will get to him in a little bit.
I should throw lit on fire.
If I remember, I think we go to our British player here for the next one to introduce themselves, right? Scott.
Hi, my name's Scott, and I play Varkesh Stormcaller, the Dragonborn Forge Cleric.
Yes, big, brutish, and blue. Now, almost an exact opposite of that, Cody, who do you play?
I mean, you're not wrong. I play Rook, the Tiefling Kanku Inquisitive Rogue.
Yes. And, of course, our most recent addition to the party, we have Connor. Who do you play?
Hey, I play Smoky Cloud. He is a half Tabaxi, half Fire Ganassi Abjuration Wizard.
I keep forgetting, though. Is his fur color gray, or is he slightly tinted? What does he look like?
It's gray-black. It's
Gray-black.
a model, sort of marble sort of thing.
Marble. A marble cat. Not a tabby, but a marble cat.
He is 40?
He's a marble Persian with a very flat face and glowing orange eyes.
Right.
And lots of poofy hair.
Okay. I'm sorry, I heard poopy.
I did
too. But yes, of course.
He's very regular.
Yes, we like to have fun with our players here, and they have been going through a lot of fun from last session, which we will go ahead and do a recap with that. So, last we left off, our adventurers had successfully, at least pursued the runaway cart for a good, I'd say maybe 5 minutes before they were assailed with a multitude of spells, barriers, walls, and other different types of hindrances to prevent them from actually closing the gap. Rook was able to penetrate a lot of the wizard particularly, but we were able to shoot down quite a few of the guards, as well as the horse, causing it to flee and run off in its own direction of just sheer panic.
No, the horse died.
Oh, sorry?
The horse died.
The horse
poisoned the horse.
Whoa,
and then
Berserker both beheaded.
The berserker sliced the head right off. But yes.
So it didn't run away unless
no, it didn't run away. It didn't run away. It did not. It
Horse.
It promptly died. You are correct. But yes, so the horse was unable to continue pulling the cart as the berserker instead took on the task and began to wheel it away. Rook nearly taking out the mage by himself. He seemed to quickly render some sort of message to someone and then disappear, causing him to just face all the crossbowmen and the berserker hauling the cart with its hostage cargo. Seeing in the distance that there was another cart about ready to rendezvous with this one, he decided to make a tactical retreat and return to the party where all of you were trapped inside of a wall of force. Before you were just trying to dig and see if you could get your way out of it, and finding no such luck until you just had to wait until it just disintegrated on its own after about 10 minutes or so. As you waited and camped to get your strength back, you then pursued the cart in the morning, following the tracks and looking to where they were heading towards, finding that they were leading to the mountainside just north of the city of Alniel. As you got closer, you noticed that there was what appeared to be a flat-top plateau just on the edge of the foothills of the mountains. Being able to sneak up and make quite a little clever plan to get Varkesh within close range by turning him into a gaseous vapor hidden inside a water skin. Rook was able to take him and himself up to the top to scout and see a small encampment of only a few individuals circling around an obelisk rock of some sort. Quickly dispatching, as not only did Valindra and Smokey immediately dimension door into the scene and Rook firing off a sneaky arrow instantly killing one of the men, you ensued combat and were able to, well, you pretty much took care of all of them in less than a second or so. And with a lot of intimidation and interrogation, you gathered some information, finding that these particular individuals seem to have had a marking or some form of allegiance to a particular individual that Varkesh had known, which was later revealed to be his father. Upon discovering this information, you gathered yourself a little bit more, resting to recover, before you went to the obelisk and took the journal from the dead human that you had slain first, and were able to use it to unlock the code to enter inside this hidden structure. As the obelisk was pushed back, you were able to venture deep into the hold, where you found a stone giant being chained to the walls. After talking a little bit with Varkesh, seeming to know the language of the giants, you were able to get some information about some of the happenings going on in this place, as well as the origins of the stone giant sorcerer, and a few bits of information about what had been going on with what appeared to be Varkesh's father and this group. Seeing that you couldn't free her immediately, you decided that you would try to find a way to release her bonds and come back to her after you had thoroughly purged this hold of all of its filth and corrupt contents. As you were able to make your way towards the front door, you saw a solid stone slab, which you saw an altar in front of. With a little bit of guesswork, you were able to figure that slicing your hand and sliding a blood smear across the stone tablet allowed the door to almost in parallel sync with the motion slide down with it. And as the door fell to a grinding halt, you stepped inside, looking around, seeing the chamber completely covered in stone, quite quiet, with a few bits of candlelight here and there. Rook ventured first, turning to the right and seeing what appeared to be a slew of runes and sigils across the floor and walls, and then a cultist in the back, seeming to be in charge of what appeared to be a main circle in the center with two fiery-like demon individuals, these weird, creepy creatures of melting red skin and heat and fire. And as you turned around, the sudden shock and surprise of each of you staring at one another, I'd like you all to roll for initiative. But yeah.
17. That's it.
Looks pretty good.
Hey,
Not bad, not bad.
I am in the back.
Okay. Alright.
Bye.
That's okay.
That's the last I say.
Okay.
Bollocks.
Alright. Not too bad on their part, I will say. They did really well.
Oh, did they?
Oh yes, absolutely. So in descending order, we start with we start with them.
All of them.
So as you turn the corner, Rook, you immediately see what appears to be a quick instinctive reaction of the cultist as he immediately, what looks to be taking his hands forward, he utters something in a language you are not familiar with, but he suddenly closes it, and you can see that as his hands bring forth a clap, this barrier, this little circle that seemed to have been around the actual methods just dissipates down, and the barrier blocking them from leaving this enclosure has been let loose, and you see them immediately begin to fly straight towards you, flying up over your heads into this kind of semi-tall ceiling area. As they start to drift and wander around, they start to kind of cackle a little bit, as they get closer and start dripping their skin, and you can feel the heat of their bodies pressing against you. They look at each of all of you. They do see Varkesh, and they do see Valindra, Varkesh and Valindra, both of you notice that as they stare at you, they all start to... Well, they both just start to weave their hands a little bit as they mutter in a tiny little language, as they start to do this incantation back and forth, back and forth. You feel a horrible heat. Your chest is on fire. You look down and you see your armor is radiating a heat, a fiery, burning red sensation across your chest. I need you to both... Actually, no, you don't have to make a save. You just immediately start to ignite as the heat metal goes onto your skin, burning your core. You take, I believe it's 2d10?
2d8.
2d8.
2d8 at first level.
Yes. Well, yes. I don't think they have a special one for theirs. 2d8. All right. You both take 15. Fuck, I rolled well. You are resistant to fire, I believe both of you are, so you get to half that. So you only take 7.
Hey.
But that is
Yay!
their
Five
turn.
resistant high five.
Smokey, it is your turn. As you are kind of looking about, you hear the little tiny cackling and the incantations that you are pretty sure that must be a spell of some sort, but you're not entirely, 100% on the ball. But you do see that both Valindra and Varkesh are suddenly irradiated with this heated metal that they're wearing on themselves.
Yeah, Smokey will come over here to get a better look. He sees a little flying thing go, ah! And he's going to wave his hands, and he's going to suddenly, when he casts magic, his fur starts to get more smoke-like, but you see it goes to an even further extent, and you see one of his eyes start to drop further and further down as he casts blur on himself.
Oh, okay.
He's just a Picasso painting, his nose is just orbiting his head.
Okay, so we get some very weird Degas movements with your body as you begin to incant the blur spell on you, causing you to be harder to perceive and to make sense of your figure as you begin to blur the sense of reality and this very weird, interesting concept of abstract art that is Smokey the Degas.
That just ruined Smokey for me.
Yeah. But yeah,
I love it.
Then I move out of range, and
Okay.
now I'll finish my turn.
That's fine. All right, Rook, you're up.
Okay. Are these methods about ground level, or are they still up?
They're kind of hovering up. You could still hit them. They're only about 5 feet in the air to your head, so you can still reach them. But they're kind of hovering in this little aerial chamber above you.
Okay. And would this one consider to be threatened by Valindra there?
Valindra could probably reach around to poke at it.
I could go for the reach around.
I wasn't going to say it. I'm glad you did. I'm proud of you.
Burning up in here, guys. Burning up.
Cody and I appreciate your reach around, but go ahead.
I'll take a stab at the method with my silver group here.
Okay, stab first, reach around later. All right.
Yeah, yep, next time.
So
That
go
was only a
ahead.
12.
A 12. I don't believe that is enough. Let me just quickly check on that. It does. It hits. It
All
does. And you're going for the one
this,
next to you and Valindra.
Yeah, do that one there. With the
All
sneak
right.
attack bonus. Brings up to a total of 26 points of piercing damage.
Okay, so as you do that, you immediately inject what appears to be this silvered rapier straight into the bubbling, liquid skin, and as it does, it kind of begins to sink in, and you see the creature just kind of go, and as it does, suddenly the entire mass begins to expand and bubble, and you just see this as it blows up, and magma explodes out from it. I need all of the... I don't think it's Varkesh. You're behind enough cover of the room, but I do need Valindra and Rook to make... I believe it is a dexterity saving throw for this.
Holding Valindra up. Nope.
Let me just double check that. It is a... Yep, dex saving throw. Dexterity saving throw, sorry. Okay. Valindra, that's not a pass, sadly.
Are you sure?
But it is for Rook, and Rook, I believe you have evasion, so you take no damage. However, Valindra, you take
Fuck
8.
rogues.
You take 8 fire damage.
4 fire.
It is half to 4 because of your resistance, but you feel the sudden sticky, kind of hot magma kind of seep onto your skin even more with the heat metal underneath you. But you also notice that as the creature dies, your metal begins to cool down.
Sweet relief.
Okay, and then I'm going to use a bonus action to try to insightful fighting the cult fanatic down there.
Okay.
Let's pop that insight, please. Oh, wow.
Okay, you try, but he's in the dark and he's moving about the corner, the shade of his cloak obscuring his figure. You can't get a good sense of how big he is or how small he is. You don't know his physical weak spots. He's just too shaded and cloaked to get a good bead. But yeah.
One moment here. At third level, whenever you make a wisdom insight check to determine whether they're lying, that really counts. Never mind. Be fun. But, alright, last thing here, I will take an attack of opportunity in order to rush up to him anyway.
Okay, alright, so the creature does go, yeah! And try to use its own magma hand to reach and grab at you. Let's see if it does. That is a 13 to hit.
That will miss.
Nope, alright, so it just doesn't, it tries, but it doesn't really get any purchase on you.
I'll flip him the bird as I leave. Just for fun.
Everything that Rook does is flipping the bird.
He probably actually literally flipped on his way through.
That's how he rolls out of the way. He flips the bird everywhere he goes.
Yes.
But yes, I believe Valindra, it's your turn. Rook dodging out of the way into the room to the right. You don't necessarily know what he sees or what he's going for, but he's left you a wide opening to go straight to the one method in front of you.
Alrighty, well, very first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get Winnie the fuck out of there. He's gonna move 100 feet behind me.
I'll take Winnie. I'll take Winnie.
Oh no!
I need Winnie to make a dex saving throw.
Oh no! I don't think it matters because it's half damage, right?
If he succeeds, it would be half. And I mean, the damage was he would pass. He'd absolutely pass. It's 4
damage though.
It's 4. That's enough to kill a familiar. So yeah, Winnie gets.
He was in my hood, and I do have evasion. I didn't think.
Yeah, Rook actually totally dodged it.
Ooh, that is an interesting point. Technically, he's a passenger on Rook, and this was a dex save, not an AOE kind of attack. And if he dodged it fully, yeah. I'd say that his full dodge would save Winnie. So Winnie is currently on top of Rook's head because he's able to make it so that if nothing hurts him, anything on his person must obviously be also unscathed.
He lives! My baby lives! Okay, well he's getting the fuck out before something happens to him. And he's gonna go 100 feet behind me. Still within range, but he's gonna stay in that 100-foot range.
He's gonna jump off and run?
Yes.
Okay. He's gonna take an attack of opportunity.
Oh shit!
Alright, so you see that as this little fox comes out, and immediately this human just goes, ah! And pulls out a dagger and tries to strike at the creature.
Oh.
22.
Natural 1.
22 to hit.
I mean, he's a fox,
Yeah,
so...
so sadly he just panics, and when he pops out, a slice across just immediately makes the fox just go, and pieces fall everywhere.
Son of a bitch! Okay, well I'm gonna Eldritch Blast this fool in front of me.
Okay, the method, alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to... Which... Were they speaking Infernal?
They were not speaking Infernal.
Okay, I don't know what they speak, so... alright, Eldritch Blast, here we go! 26!
Oh, yeah, that hits.
5.
Ooh, 5. No. But yeah.
And second shot, 20!
Ooh, it also hits. Ooh, 8 on top. That's nice. Yeah, you see your force immediately just shooting down the hall, and as it does, blobs of the magma just kind of start to splatter off and hit the stone, just sizzling it as the heat begins to melt some of the nearby stonework. But it's still hovering, it's still flying, and it's still cackling, and it's still continuing its incantation. But you did hit it, and I believe it makes a Constitution saving throw, or concentration check. So let's see. First one. No! So the first one is enough to distract it enough that as it tries to hold it, it just goes... And it stops its incantation, holding the concentration, and Varkesh, you suddenly feel the heated metal just cool down. No longer singeing your flesh.
My napkins!
And, hey, those might have ignited, but they're fine. They're fine.
Okay.
Valindra, do you wish to move?
Is there anywhere I can like sidestep to be out of Varkesh's way?
Yeah, you can sidestep into the room. You can sidestep past Varkesh. You have the diagonals to be able to kind of squeeze around.
Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and sidestep into this room here, but I'm going to be in this corner.
Yeah, sure. You just quickly.
I can still see that. Yeah.
You make a.
And then I'm going to look at the Winnie pieces on the floor, and then look at the cultist, and I'm just going to glare at him.
And as you do that and move around the corner, you feel this sudden behind you as a claw tries to grab at you. But
that's fair.
Luckily, it misses.
They used their reaction already, regardless.
Oh, it used it on you, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it failed to hit Rook. Yeah, so no, either way, it's just, it's too disoriented with the force popping it off of its... Varkesh, what do you wish to do?
I am going to use Sacred Flame on the nearest, on the method that Valindra had just assaulted, and we'll move forward.
All right.
So.
It makes a dex save, and its dex was a 12. No, as it takes suddenly an additional radiant arc of damage across its form, causing it to be cut in half, almost completely, as it is barely hanging on. Just kind of slightly hovering, legs missing, it's just dripping magma right now.
Okay, and I will move forward.
Okay, and you're going to stand right there?
And swear at it.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright, as you swear at it, you see the cultist once more. Now that he sees Rook come in, he immediately goes to a rune nearby and pushes on it, and you see him again, once more, doing the incantation. Here's one of those. And as he does, you see it begin to heat up as the ring begins to turn a bright red, and you see that as it does, it opens a small portal, and out comes 2 more Mephits.
Fuck. Okay.
This guy.
Alright, but they are not dead.
They come in bed.
Be fun if it did.
Fall out of the portal.
Yeah, that's a miscast right there and a half. But no, you do see he does that, and as he sees you, Rook, he's kind of smiling slightly as he once more says something in this weird tongue. It sounds like fire and molten earth crackling together, and you see the Mephits turn and look around at everyone there, and they immediately break towards each of the party members. This one moving up here, and this one moving and circling around to there. Yeah, it'll go for the corner. Varkesh, you and Valindra see that both the Mephits right there in front of you begin to inhale, and you see them sucking in the cold air as it begins to swell their forms up, almost like balloons, as they inflate, and the heat starts to rise inside as the whole magma interior begins to just ignite the air, and you see them all shoot out a fire breath to all of you. I need Valindra and Varkesh to make 2 dex saving throws, and Rook to make 1.
2 dex saves.
Yes, you have 2
Nailed it.
fires coming at you. Alright,
14.
Varkesh, you save for both. Valindra, you take 1 at full, you succeed on the other half, and Rook, of course, being the nimble, dodgy rogue, you avoid it entirely. So let's see, that would be from the breath attack, 2d6. Alright.
Smokey's just out there, like,
Alright,
blurring
so-
away, filing his nails, going, they've got it.
So the first one is a 4. Valindra, you take 4. Varkesh, you take... Well, actually, no, they get half. 2 to Valindra, 1 to Varkesh. And then this is the second one. This is to Valindra and Varkesh. So you both will take half of it already, so that's half to 2, half it again to 1. So you both take an additional 1 on top of that. But yeah, luckily for you, the fire resistance is proving quite useful as these flame-igniting demon-esque kind of creatures, but they're not really demons, come at you. Yeah, Smokey, it's your turn.
Alright, Smokey's giving himself a little bit of pep talk, and he's going to start running in. Sees Varkesh with this guy. Varkesh, you got him? I'll take that as a yes. He's going to come over here, and he can't... Can he reach... Is that guy dead? I don't have a very good visual. the one below Rook, below Varkesh. Is he dead?
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
more of just
Okay,
like a
so-
blob mess of magma that's starting to cool into just that blackened rock.
This is some
Okay.
like smear of like stuff on the floor. Is it dead? I mean,
Well, okay, so I'm on top. So that's going to be 20 to there, 25, 30.
Hmm.
He probably won't go right in between them. He'll go over here.
Okay.
And then he's going to be like, look at this thing, go like, ah. And he's going to take both of his hands and just clap its head and try and do shock and grasp on it.
Alright. Go right ahead. Make your attack. That
That
hits.
is a 27.
Oh, yeah.
3 whole damage.
For a solid 3, you absolutely do this version of like, I'm gonna maybe not touch him, because you kind of have this moment of like, it's hot magma, then you stop there, so instead of it, it's just kind of like, bzz, like a little taser between your two fingers, you just kind of make his head meet the middle, so it's just enough to kind of make it go, as it just kind of spasms a
so
little
nice
bit.
parried it.
Yep.
As you
That's
taser,
the
taser.
turn.
Yeah, is there anything else
Oh
you
my
want to
god.
do? That's all you got. Alright. Rook, it's your turn. What do you wish to do?
We'll go ahead and bonus action instead. We're fighting on the cultist again.
Alright, trying to see now that you've got closer, maybe perhaps you can discern. Oh, with that I'm pretty sure you can. Oh yeah, with a natural 1, it's pretty obvious as you see him getting closer. He is a weak little thing. He is nothing but skin and bones. It's like any cut or nick you can do on him will just get him good.
Alright, let's go ahead and I'm gonna try to blow out his knee with my rapier.
Okay. Oh yeah, that is.
Yeah. 29 points of piercing damage.
And as you do, you immediately go through trying to go with just like a wounding to the knee, but instead it goes and slices right through as you get right into the artery and the leg severs off. And he's just falls over to the side as he begins to bleed out. He is completely dead.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yep.
Fucking destroyed.
A challenge rating of -20.
He's a weak little fucker, and yeah. All right, you have a bonus.
I feel like
Oh, you
Sierra.
used it to insightful, so you're just staying there.
Well, I'll also move myself right on over to here. And
All right, okay. Hopping over the bleeding out corpse of this human, you just get to the other side of the methods. Valindra.
Well, I'm going to bonus action hex. Well, I accidentally did damage instead of what I wanted to do, so, you know. But anyway, bonus action hex on this guy that I had already hit.
Ah, the Wiki Deaky, sure.
Yeah, and it... No, I don't think that hits. Just a 19 hit, though.
The 11 hits.
Oh, the 11 hits?
The 11 hits.
Oh my
and
gosh.
And your first 5 points of damage, just as you shoot off the first Eldritch Splash, just immediately, and it bursts and explodes. I need Varkesh and for you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Oh.
Smokey, right?
I'm down the wall.
Smokey's behind the wall. He is directly out of its, like, 10-foot, like, blast.
I don't see it as a shadow. So dex save for me. Ugh.
Well, so I can't bonus action move hex again because I already bonus action countered it. So I'll just cast a second Eldritch Blast at
Oh, actually,
This one.
Valindra, you don't actually have to make this one. You're far enough away.
the one that I saved.
I know. I'm sorry. But Varkesh, you do
That's
take the
okay.
full, well, 9, but half to you because, of course, resistance. You take 4 fire damage. And then it is,
Okay,
yeah, your blast.
yeah, so the second Eldritch Blast I was gonna do to this one
All
over
right.
here. And just like the 19 to hit, and which was 2 force damage, and not the additional 2, just 2 force damage.
All right,
Yes,
yeah.
there was no hex.
As it definitely hits. You can move your hex as a bonus action, I believe? Or you cast it
I
on
already
that turn?
cast it as a bonus
Yeah.
action, so I'll have to move it next turn.
Okay, we'll see how this works, but it's alright, Varkesh.
It lasts for an hour.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
all right,
well,
good.
it lasts up to 8 hours, actually.
Oh, okay, great. And it's a concentration-based spell that you can just hold on
Yeah.
and... Oh, brill. Alright, great.
I picked up.
Varkesh.
And And that's it.
Is there any that I can see that are still alive?
Oh, well, yeah. Straight into the room ahead, you can see this glowing figure that is flying in the air that looks just like one inside the dark chamber.
Is it a method or is it something else?
Oh, it's a method. I mean, well, for you, your characters, you might not have ever seen a method, but in terms of us as players, you know this be method.
And I'm going to shoot it with the Sacreds of Flames.
Okay, so it makes a dex save. And let's see.
A powerful force. Wow, we are such
Ooh,
an anemic...
he does save. He rolled an 18. As you just try to get it, he just sees you start casting and immediately starts to do an aerial dodge. He goes out of the way as suddenly the radiant arc just misses.
Stay still, you little shits. I'm trying to kill you. How rude. And then I will... I think casting a cantrip is still is a primary action, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, a bonus action is bonus action. You used an action, so you can do a bonus action spell. Can't hear you.
I will... Damn it!
I can hear
Yeah, we
that.
can hear you now.
Louder!
I wish to hurt it!
Okay.
But I can't,
No.
so I will say my turn is now over.
Okay, alright. So, the 3 remaining methods begin to loop around as they look to see if they can do this.
3?
Yes. One begins circling around you, Varkesh, getting inside the room, but not seeing much of anything, as he begins to flitter and flutter where the dead one's corpse is. So we'll just move that dead one out of the way. As he goes here, looking around, not really getting much. The one next to you, Rook, you see that as he gets nearby, he gets to a rune and just bumps it, and as he does, it starts to begin to glow, and he puts a hand on it, and as it does, you see it begin to suck in this energy that comes from where the rune seems to be focusing its anchor of magic from, and as it does, you see it begin to grow in size and split, and suddenly there are 2 methods where there were 1.
What?
I thought that one was dead because it was a hexed one.
The one that did die there did die. It did, yeah. That one up there died, and it failed its thing. So yeah, that one didn't do. But the 16, anything below a 25, has a chance of reproducing itself. And so that one got lucky, and it popped a buddy. So yeah. During that turn, that one just got lucky and got to pull in the energy and make another one, and now they go. Let's see at that one. Let's see if they actually get their breath weapons back.
No.
I don't mind.
All right, so let's see. We get a no. None of them get their breath weapons back. So you see them looking around. One looks at you, Rook, and begins to start to mutter, as he incants something onto you, and you feel your weapon just get really hot. The rapier, you feel it burn. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. That'd be a
You
15.
hold on to it. The weapon's still burning, but you're able to hold past it and just keep gripping it as you take the 10 fire damage. Are you resistant?
Yes, I am.
You take only 5 as you feel it just begin to sear onto your hand. Valindra, you see another one turn and look at you, and once more begin to cast the same incantation on you. And this one goes ahead, and you feel it just start to burn your armor, your chain once more igniting. And you take 8, reduced to half, 4 fire damage. And Varkesh, the third one, seeing you, turns and also begins to do this similar incantation. And you feel your plate armor once more igniting in this hot molten mass. And you take 12, reduced to half, 6 fire damage.
You have to make a concentration check?
Are you holding on to a spell?
No.
Then no, you're fine. But Valindra does for her hex. The Constitution saving throw is for people who hold weapons to not drop them.
But I get it with advantage because Warcaster.
But it is flattened because you have a flat due to the fire saying that the next ability check that you roll is at disadvantage. Oh no, but this is a saving throw, not an ability check. You're fine. 17.
It doesn't matter. 17 was the highest anyway.
Yeah,
so.
you're good. No problem for you. You're able to keep your concentration, though you feel the heat just starting to singe into your skin again. Smokey?
He's very uncomfortable. There's too much fire that's not under his control. He will try to attack the one below him again with another shocking grasp. This one just sort of like cat eye.
Go right ahead, yeah. That
11.
hits. That hits.
Natural 3 for
Ooh,
6
damage. Not bad. As this taser just gets that kind of version of you focus it, and then as you zap it onto him, you see it kind of being a bit more of a stronger arc that goes through him and kind of reconnects to your hand as you make this conduit that just kind of really gets him zapped. Looks pretty hurt.
I don't want to get there. I still haven't seen... Okay, yeah, I haven't seen one of these guys explode, so if he doesn't know to be afraid of that. Okay, enter.
Alright. Rook.
He has seen someone explode, hasn't he? He's seen one of these guys die. He's gonna get out of the way.
Okay, yeah, you can move.
And he'll take one attack of opportunity from the one right here. Because this one doesn't get an attack of opportunity because he got shocked and grasped.
Indeed he did. Indeed he did. So you only get one claw trying to go at you as the other one is kind of still... taser twitched. 11.
No.
So no, you are able to quickly get by as the fluff provides enough of that kind of elusive grab on and the weird morphing of your blur. It's just like... Yeah. Does blur make him attack at disadvantage?
Yeah.
Oh, then he can roll a 1. He rolled a nat 1. He's just like...
Aha!
He's trying to play with this weird morphing air that just kind of trails after you.
Hey, end turn.
Alright.
Actually, no, he's going to go a little bit further. He's going to see if... I'll go about there.
Okay.
See if anything else is going to attack us.
At the moment, nothing attacks you as you start to enter another room. Rook.
Okay.
Okay, I will try to cut this one with my rapier.
Which one was this one? Is the one to your left, to the upper left?
The one that I'm flanking with
Diagonal.
Belindra.
Yep, alright. To get that ever-present sneak damage. That does hit.
Alrighty. It's going to be
Ooh.
24 points of piercing damage.
And as you do, once more, you're holding the heated saber, and as it just goes and sinks in, you just see the creature kind of go and begin to once more burst. I need you and Valindra to make dex saving throws.
I'm good.
You're fine. You're both fine. Rook taking Rook taking no damage. Valindra taking half of 9, which is 4, halved again to 2. Only 2 fire damage for you, as this one exploding method doesn't really leave much of a bang.
And I'll use my bonus action to take a shot with my offhand crossbow at this fellow here.
Alright,
the one that's taken damage. Okay.
Yeah.
17 to hit,
Oh yes, that hits.
or 4 points of piercing damage.
Alright, nice. This one, a little bit more of an off-graze, just kind of embeds in it and just kind of like causes it to demorph and it just drops off, but it's still keeping its form in this world.
Okay, and then the turn.
Valindra.
Alrighty. I'm going to Eldritch Blast this bit. Is the cultist dead?
The cultist is dead.
Okay.
But
I just didn't see it next, but I knew it. What now?
You notice also that once that mephit dies, the heating of your metal subsides.
Hallelujah. Okay. I'm going to Eldritch Blast this bitch again.
Alright.
Oh wait, bonus action move Hex.
Okay.
Hey.
Hexing on. Hex on, hex off. Both hit.
Hey!
8 to 18. Ooh, and you get some hex damage. I mean, are both of those, even if you... Okay, you get to roll it twice. You know, that's perfectly fine, because you needed to roll 1s for either one of them to do it. And guess what?
Really?
That does it, and the creature with the hex seeping into it as the bolts just kind of bury and embed themselves. He sits there for a bit before suddenly, as he starts to fly, he kind of wavers, then begins to expand and then burst out. Only going towards Rook. Rook, please make a dex save.
19.
You are fine. You are able to avoid this sputtering of magma. It is nothing to you.
I can't let it touch my feathers. They're very important to me.
Oh yeah, or your clothing. But yes, Varkesh, there is one left in the room. You can see it just kind of hovering around, looking a little panicked, unsure what to do.
I'm just gonna walk up to it and just go, "Hey," clack with my mace.
Okay, with your mace.
Clack.
All right, go ahead and roll for your hit.
Yeah, right in here. Emotion. A good clack. King. Clacking.
A good clacking. That's what he needs.
Good clacking.
Yeah.
16.
That hits. Sadly, you notice that the fire damage that you irradiate your own mace with, that you try to embed it with, it doesn't seem to do anything to the creature. But the bludgeoning certainly continues to vibrate through its form. It looks really weak.
I told you I'd clack you.
Good job, buddy.
All right, and as you say that, it just looks around a little bit, unsure, but it just looks between you and Valindra and Rook and just turns to you and Valindra, kind of making sure to keep her in the vicinity, and shoots out another fire breath. I need you both to make
Gross.
dexterity saving throws for me. Ooh, Valindra fine.
Ace,
Varkesh sadly not. Alright, so Varkesh, you take 2. Valindra, you take 1 fire damage from the fire breath of this little mephit that is hanging into this material plane, barely keeping its form here. Smokey.
What do I see in this room?
As you enter the room and look around, you can see that there are 4 stone pillars keeping the entire ceiling up, and into each of the little wall sections you see doors, stone slabs similar to ones that you saw before, sealed up to the ceilings, blocking all sound or movement through them, and you can see carved onto each of them look to be little sigils that seem to be set in the middle.
Okay. I am going to reach down, grab a couple of rocks, back out of the room, and I'm going to toss a pebble at each of the doors.
Alright, well, you only can really do one at a time for one range attack. Go ahead and make your dexterity range to hit the first door. Just beat a 10. All you gotta do is beat a 10.
Can I hit a door?
No.
The real question.
Oh, yes. Not only do you hit the door, you hit the door square in the middle. That is a bullseye pebble flick as you go right to that door, and it just hits right into the sigil. Nothing happens.
Oh, there we go. The center door's okay, guys.
Best use of that 20.
I know, that is the saddest waste, but that's alright.
Hey.
It is your turn, Rick.
Okay, I'll try to. With a little flourish, Rook will pull back and leap forward with a silver rapier at the remaining men.
Alright, with a quick lunge, you hit it.
For 32 points of
More than enough.
damage.
How do you want to finish this last method off?
With that little drop back and lunge, she times it just right to take this little weird head thing and pierce it straight through to its feet, dropping it on the ground. A little flick.
Alright, so as you do, you suddenly kind of wait for the aiming, and as the creature turns and moves about, not only do you bring it over, you aim it high, up, and down. As you embed it, the creature just goes embedding there. As it looks up, you can see it go and then blow up on the floor, just going towards your feet and Varkesh's. I need you both to make dexterity saving throws. As you kind of do this, and quick dance away before... Oh yeah, you're fine. You do it with such grace and dexterity that you were ready for it, and so does Varkesh. Okay, as the blow-up happens, you just both immediately give this look at each other, kind of like syncing of like, oh, we know what's next. And in this kind of weird mirrored sync motion, you, with your rapier down, you use the momentum to go up, and you start to stand up on your sword, doing an acrobatic hold in the air, as you kind of do this dodge as the magma blast hits the ground. And Varkesh, you also likewise quickly do another version of going and running up the side of the wall behind you, going around and landing with a thud, letting it just hit past you, leaving a smear where it would have once hit you, and you just land with a mighty thud.
That was a cute dance routine, you guys.
We were so organized. You see that?
Yeah, no.
Up. I literally scaled the wall. That was great.
We should remember that. We should choreograph that. That would be amazing to pull off regularly.
Yeah, no, I definitely think if, adventuring doesn't work out for you guys, you can definitely travel around and just put on dance routines. That's pretty great. You guys have a natural synchronization.
Ooh, seeing as we're now currently not being magma spewed on by these creatures, there is something I want to ask you. All of you, as a matter of fact.
Smokey!
Yeah, come back here, please!
Just real quick, group meeting, and I'm gonna sit down and start stitching Winnie as fast as I can.
Quick meeting as you begin to take the 1 hour time to do this. But yes, another hour for you. But yeah.
Okay. Apparently, the not wanted son of the bound giantess out there was apparently the wizard person that was constantly throwing us into irritating force wall bubbly things. So, may I suggest that when we push forward, I'll stay back so that when you guys go on ahead, he'll force bubble all of you, and then I can just come out and hit it really hard to make him hopefully drop the bubble.
Or we could just spread out so he can't force bubble all of us.
Well, the trouble with that is that we're in these narrow hallways.
That's true.
So Varkish made a plan. I knew he would.
That being the case, what's preventing her from just walling off the entire hallway?
Even if you're not inside the bubble, I don't think you'll be able to go through it.
That's a good point. Then if we do engage him in a narrow corridor, may I suggest that one of you hold my knives, and as soon as you see him cast that horridly irritating spell, you throw my knives forward towards him, outside of the bubble, and then I can actually bring them to life and stab the living, ever-loving buggery out of him.
We could do that. I can also, if we all end up getting trapped, unexpectedly, I can just dimension door us outside of the bubble, I think.
You can do that.
That's worth an attempt.
Yeah, I was out of spells last time, though, so
I was about to criticize you, but frankly...
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to happen, but now that I know it's coming, I can save one of my spells for that.
By the way, you are taking this time to bring Winnie back for the 1 hour, correct? Alright, for those of you, as this would have happened similar to people around the table, this is when I would have pulled out a large hourglass and turned it upside down for you to all see that the countdown of something is beginning.
No!
For those on the stream, you can now see the hourglass with the little skull at the bottom as they have their little countdown beginning.
But I can't leave Winnie!
Faster!
That's fine. I mean, you don't know anything at this point. I mean, you just feel...
a sewing machine. Let's go.
The question is, will I finish it all in the stitch of time?
I mean, yes, but you do spend a full hour doing this.
Yep. I gotta save my baby. Gotta bring my baby back.
Using an effective equipment could make it a bit of a it could make Winnie a bit of a shadow of his former self.
Well, while this is happening, Rook, I found some doors up there. Do you want to investigate them with me?
Well, yes, certainly. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Belinda, do you want me to hide little Stitch?
Good.
No offense for Kesh, it's just that you've kind of turned him a little bit of times. I'll try to keep him out of the way in the future. I just wasn't fast enough.
I have done it twice, and we were fighting undead beastie things.
But I don't want him to get in your way, is what I'm saying. I'll just keep him behind me, out of the action, within range of myself, though. Yeah, I just don't want him to get in your way, is all. But I appreciate the offer.
When we get out of here, I'm going to make Winnie little tiny fox armor. Yes. I'm going to make him a little tiny helmet and a little tiny breastplate, and he'll be much safer. I'm not sure how that will work, but I'm gonna try.
That is the most marvelous thing anyone has ever done for me.
A little fox knight with a little lance, with a little plushy pony.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, as they're debating and talking during this hour of casting. So basically, I will have the timer. The timer is going, but it'll basically during this time as it's going, you can do whatever you want in the room that would take normally an hour before she finishes. So it's not going to hurt against your timer. So you go inside the room.
So, short
This is
rest.
me and
First thing I'd like to do is I'd like to look over all of these doors. First to see if I can spot a keyhole. Second for any traps that may currently exist.
Sure. And this is a short rest, so those of you who want to just not do anything and just sit there and recover, you can. For you, Rook, investigation check, I believe with advantage because you are doing the steady eye.
And I'd like to do an Arcana for those sigils.
To see what they represent or mean?
Yeah.
Yep, Arcana. Okay, so for Rook, there's no keyhole, there's no entry of any kind of like means to put something in to activate or unlock this door. It's very similar to the one that you saw before, completely solid and made like of stone, this solid slab. For you, Smokey, you begin to inspect each of the sigils. You recognize that they do seem to have what appears to be almost kind of like a... To the way that you could see it, it's like an intricate way to lock something. If you perhaps trace the runes in a particular pattern to what you see on there, knowing which of the actual circles and shapes inside of them go first, you should be able to unlock the door. So you notice basically it's like the sigils themselves are like circles and a couple circles inside circles with triangles, squares, lines zigzagging across, very, very arcane based. And you know that activating it the correct way could potentially activate the sigil.
Okay. I'm going to pull out the journal that we found earlier and just flip through to see if any of these things match up.
Okay. You begin to pull the journal out and look through. You notice that the sigils that were written on there were for the key code up above that basically had a way to open the actual entryway. Some of the markings are similar because it does seem that they do share what you look in arcane language, the sigils and marks and runes that are put on there. Many of them share similar representations for different elements. You can see like a twisted arrow would represent maybe fire. You can see like a broken spiral might represent flow. So those kinds of pictograms you can recognize and they share, but there's no direct what looks to be kind of code marked in for this guy. It looks to be something that if you were taught this and you knew it, like basically like this, if you were to make an arcane sigil, when you begin to cast and create spells, you begin to trace these marks in the air with your hand. So if you recognize the sigil of this spell, you probably would know how it goes. The one that you're looking at right now, Arcane Lock does have like a sigil towards it, so like when you do your hand motions, you're kind of tracing this pattern in the air to have it activate. So, but you know this one is not, this sigil here does not represent the motions for Arcane Lock. But it does represent something. It's not a spell that you have currently in your repertoire.
Okay. So I think these things are enchanted, and I mean there's a kind of a code that you're supposed to trace, but I looked through the journal, I don't know what it is.
Okay. Well, I don't see any physical locks on my side either, but maybe... And with that, he's going to start looking around for anything like any sigils that would match those on the door that might have been scratched into the wall, maybe by a cultist who is having trouble remembering the password or anything of that sort.
You can make an
Anything
investigation.
that might...
You can make an investigation check.
Yeah, I like to look specifically at the columns myself. For that same.
Okay. So there's no what you would call like cheat code or anything that you can see written or scratched on the walls or floors or ceilings. You even go back into the room where all the other sigils and runes have been traced. You don't necessarily see any kind of code for it. You do, with your investigation of a 29, you are able to, with your own insight, see what might have come first, second, and third in some of the sigil castings. You begin to see the pattern that, like, a circle was probably drawn first, and then you kind of look and you can see one shape maybe came next, and then a line probably came after that. You start to use your own version of deduction to realize okay, this one had to at least gone first. This is probably one that went last. I'm not sure if this one here, left or right, went in the middle or not, but you begin to understand the process of carving these sigils into the stone. So you kind of have a sense of knowing the order without necessarily being arcane inclined. So you think perhaps that maybe if you were to help someone and show them and kind of give them a little, I'm stumped here, you'd say probably this one. You can probably offer actual assistance in unlocking these doors. For you, Smokey, the columns, they're plain. They're just common stone, just going up to the ceiling. Nothing special about them.
Smokey, I think I can make out the order these are usually pressed in.
Okay.
The circle definitely comes first. Do you think... Oh, you're a bit more arcane inclined than I. Maybe we can figure this out together.
We can sure try. Did you notice any traps that'll make us go boom or anything?
Nothing that I saw earlier when I was searching for those keyholes either.
Okay.
There might be something of an arcane nature there as well, like that alarm spell that took them off me last time.
Alright, so what do you want me to try to do?
Well, let's look these over and see if we can puzzle out which order they're usually pressed in. If you can give me some indication of what they're for, maybe we can figure out the order, or a pattern.
I can tell you this, at least for the sigils, just to kind of give you a bit of detail. The one to the south of you looks to be the simplest. The one to the right looks to be about moderate in terms of its complexity. The one you're staring at looks to be the most complex.
I enter the
I like a challenge. We'll go for that one.
and I just shout out to Valindra, does this gobbledygook make any sense to you?
Just a minute. How am I done yet?
I would say it depends on whether Smokey and Rook want to wait for you.
We'll keep going, I think.
Okay, they're going.
Everyone's
So,
gonna get the door open.
all right. So yeah, for you, Varkash, this is still during the hour of rest for you that they're doing this. So you haven't yet finished your kind of breather. So you two go ahead. One of you makes an Arcana check with advantage.
Okay, I think I'll take that one.
All right.
All yours?
Come on.
25.
Ooh.
You feel that you're pretty close to understanding how the sigil works, and you start to trace it, and you begin to do the attempt, trying to get the sigils to begin the marking, and you get to what appears to be a nice point, and you think you finish it off, and as you do, the sigil begins to glow. And as it does, you see it trying to irradiate out a little bit, and it's kind of doing a whoop, whoop, whoop. I need both of you to make a dex saving throw.
Oh no.
They're very bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I rolled the...
Where's mine?
You rolled 11? Oh, no.
Oh god.
I'm 13.
Okay, so, as you do this, you see that the energy, as it's trying to follow the patterns that you traced, it seems to want to go in that direction, but it's not the right one. Something breaks, and the energy that goes inside suddenly begins to surge, and then shoot out. As you see this kind of arcane lightning blast across, and hit both you and Rook, taking 20 lightning damage. Half for Rook. As you feel this, because he does have evasion, sadly, so well, luckily, actually. But yeah, but you do feel this kind of the rebound, as the energy wasn't put in properly, and since it had nowhere to go to actually activate the sigil, it just kind of kept the energy and then released it.
Yep. As the bowl comes towards me, it gets enveloped by smoke and swallowed entirely.
Oh, alright. So you use your reaction for the abjuration ward?
I don't think I have a choice, do I? To use up my ward or not?
Do you? I thought you got a choice in that.
I think the word is just used.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah, either way. But yes. Yeah, if you absorb it entirely, I don't believe you have to make a concentration for the blur. I don't know how long the blur
that's gone. It's
that's
only a
gone.
minute.
Alright, don't worry about blur. But yes. As you both
Two things real quick.
Sure.
One, I just wanted to ask. So this is not a short rest for me, right? Because I'm doing.
You're doing
the winning stitch. Okay, so I don't get spells back or hit points back. Can I? Because Hex lasts up to 8 hours with concentration. can I, like, leave it where it is, or do I need to bring it with me?
Sadly, once you begin casting a spell like a ritual, that is when a concentration is dropped for one to be replaced with another.
Son of a bitch, okay.
What I missed, all I heard was son of a bitch.
Well, you heard a loud noise as some discharge came from the other room.
What are you guys doing?
It's like lightning. I wonder who's lightning resistant. Me. That's right.
So as we look at the smoking door, what do we see?
The sigil itself has just gotten like that little kind of ozone smell to it and this little vapor around, but the sigil still remains. It's just that the way that you traced it, you were close. You pretty much, it was like watching the thing begin to reciprocate your traces. So as you traced, it would just kind of light up, and every time you did it correctly, the correct lighting and glow would remain. When you got to the last two or three steps, it just, you started to do it and it started to try and follow it, then just kind of went, and then it just kind of went, reversed itself, and then blasted back out. It seems you were close, but not quite there.
Alright, well, that didn't work.
You guys okay?
Try again after we get, like, a better understanding of what these are.
They're fine.
We're fine!
Oh, good.
I'm a little more worried that someone maybe...
Don't hurt yourselves.
No, don't worry about it. This is just the hardest door. I mean, that one over there is a lot easier. He points over to the medium difficulty one.
Completely avoiding the easy one. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I just looked at Valindra going, do you think we're on a timer of some sorts? I feel like we're being timed.
Nah, I think we're fine. We got all the time in the world. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's try this simple one, I think.
Okay, yes, let's go for it.
Alright. Whoever would like to do it can make an arcane check with advantage.
Duba!
Yep.
22!
22. This one is a very simple rune, and the spell itself is in a way that it takes very little effort to trace the circles, the two shapes, and then this time, when you complete the last one, it actually gets sucked into the sigil, and as you do, you see that the door begins to rotate and fall down, opening up into a chamber. Now, inside, you see what appears to be a storage room, a pantry of almost some kind. It looks to have boxes and other different interesting items that are used perhaps for either food or weapons or skins, but it looks to be a place just to kind of maintain the daily living. Just what you see when you just kind of take a glance.
Looks like I found the pantry. Can I do like just look around, see anything useful, like just rations or
yeah, sure.
ammunition?
Go ahead. Make an investigation check if you want to pry open boxes, pop lids from barrels, and search through satchels.
I shall. 22
right.
again.
Dangerous door for a country.
Rook, do you want to just let Smokey at it, or are you also beginning to pry and poke and prod?
I'll also look through.
Alright, as you go ahead, pry, poke, and prod. Roll an investigation check. With advantage because of your keen eye. 21. Alright, both of you are pretty much on the mark as you begin to look around. You see food, grains, wheat, dried preservatives of some sort, maybe some jerky. Rook, you see what appears to be also a collection of glass vials, and some of them seem to be pushed off to the side. And then you notice that a smaller box inside that crate that housed what appear to be these little flasks, there is a smaller one, and as you open it, there appear to be 2 vials filled with a red liquid. For Smokey,
Pick them up.
you notice what appears to be, as you open what it looks like a nice crate, stacks of parchment or vellum. It seems to be some kind of paper, and a very nice set of ink. You find 100 sheets of wizard-worthy paper, and you also find a good 5 bottles of ink, totaling in a value of 300 gold pieces to be used to copy and create spell scrolls. or add to your wizard's book itself for future spells that you wish to copy in. Rook, you do see these are very familiar to you, and you probably recognize that these are what you would assume to be healing potions.
Oh, this is good.
Handy.
I'll hold them up and see here. What was it carrying? I was already carrying two. Smokey, do you currently have any healing potions left?
I have one.
Here, take this. I'll hand out one.
Alright, thanks.
And I'll go back and poke my head in here. Do either of you want a healing potion?
Ah! Punches.
I'll take one.
I mean, you are a very stealthy bird sometimes. I don't know if you made your presence too well known, but yeah.
Oh, I definitely didn't.
All right, yeah. So Varkash, no dark vision, just out of the dark in this creepy atmosphere of the cold air, and you kind of are treating your own. You're treating your
bullshit methods.
You are treating your scars, kind of like healing the wounds underneath you as you kind of like give them a bit of an ointment to do that. And you just suddenly out of the corner, darkness, just a beak. Do you guys want healing? Just.
I'll take one, Rook. Sure. You can just
set it next to her and then just immediately go back to Smokey.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. Am I almost done?
You seem to be at least a good halfway through.
Oh my god.
Sadly,
we have another door.
These two are not waiting for you.
I know.
Yeah, they've spent a good 35 to 40 minutes investigating, looking around, trying the runes, investigating again, looking through stuff. So you
door number intermediate.
Yes, you may make a arcane check with advantage as you are using rooks.
Good. 26.
All right. As you begin to trace, you are feeling confident with it, and as you do, you finish. And you see that the rune takes in the magic, and once more the door grates down, opening into the next room. As the door begins to descend, make a perception check for me.
Okay, just me?
Just you at the moment. You're the one who's at the nearest, closest, like, kind of peering in. Alright. The door opens into a dark room with just a single lit candle. It just looks to be kind of a nice little dark corner. Nothing's there.
Huh. Kind of disappointing.
What is it?
I mean, it looks like a room. There's a...
And as you come in, you suddenly see two held actions come into play as a release of what appears to be magical energy going straight towards you as you disturb what appears to be as you enter a sleeping area. A dorm room of sorts. And you are attacked with
things that
two spells immediately trying to get you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh, good. Okay. It's 13.
One more.
Oh, two. Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was something else. Okay. Second one?
All right.
19.
19. Let's see. I just need to double check what their CC. Yep. So, as you do, you feel this very familiar kind of seizing motion as this magic tries to take hold of you and freeze you into place, but you push it off and look to your right and see two cloaked individuals creeping out of the corners, looking towards you and attempting to freeze you with their magic. I need you guys to roll for initiative. Varkash and Valindra, you don't really hear this at the moment, so you're not really in the initiative yet.
Surprise, surprise.
No, without, like, any disturbances or anything, this is quite a calming place.
I mean,
This is quite nice.
Little bedroll down here, kind of cozy.
alright.
Yeah.
Haha.
Alright, they didn't do so well that time. Okay. So, Rook, you kind of see Smokey walks in and then kind of in a moment stops and goes, "It," and you just kind of immediately go, "Danger," and rush in. What do you wish to do?
Alright, so 5, 10, 15. Spot this fellow here. I'll take a bonus action to try to insightful fighting it. Size him up real quick. 16.
Yeah, you can tell right away this is a very similar, weak, thin individual. Not much muscle. Most places you could stab would probably hurt.
That's a little sign says, another one, and goes for a stab.
Alright.
Adding insult to injury. 16 to hit.
Okay, 16 does hit.
Okay, he'll be taking 24 points of piercing.
Alright, as you do, you quickly turn around, see him, and then plunge your rapier straight inside, and as you do, you puncture his heart, and you just see him kind of drop from the first stab.
Poor little guy.
Oh, what little guy? We're not there. We're comfy.
And then I'll use the rest of my movement to
Let's talk
place
about money.
myself right there. And
Okay.
enter.
Alright. Smokey, it's your turn.
Okay.
Shakes himself off a little bit and says, well, since you're already on a bed, it's going to cast Sleep at 2nd level.
Alright, you're gonna cast Sleep.
Yep, and the HP count is 32.
Alright, and as you do, you just immediately burst this magical energy towards him, and as he stands there, he just kind of falls unconscious on the ground, sleeping.
Rook, do you have any rope or anything?
As I raise the rapier and just plunge it through his face.
Oh
Okay, I mean that's an automatic crit, and you have advantage, so I know for a rogue that is a death shot. You just
yeah, that'd be
doubled.
27 doubled is 54.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the sneak attack would be doubled because it's all dice, so that would turn into like 32 plus your
Right.
11,
So it would,
which is going to be like
Ended up being
43
49.
plus the 6 makes it 49 plus the 5, 54. That is an outright death right
You're
there.
dead.
As you just sink it in, his face
Well,
just...
well, yes, I do have rope. Why?
That wasn't like an alley-oop. That was supposed to be like for us to interrogate him until we can open the door we can't figure out by ourselves.
Well, they probably have a journal somewhere. These are very weak people. I doubt they memorize everything.
What?
I'm gonna immediately just start tossing the room, searching all their stuff.
Okay, make an investigation check.
23.
Okay. As you just stare there a little dumbfounded as Rook begins to pilfer through the cots and the crates, you do see what appears to be a small little satchel that is of some interest. Most of them seem to just be goods for people: combs, brushes, things to wash, soap. You just throw these daily items aside. They're of no consequence to you. Spare oil, whatever. Tiny bits, nothing importance. Dice, off they go. But you do see that appears to be one person who was studying magic, and they do have what appears to be a set of papers, and on each of these papers there looks to be 3 sigils that you saw on the doors, and you do see that there is a obvious 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of key code marking next to each of these symbols, telling you that's the first, that's the second, that's the third, fourth, and so on, way to activate the sigils.
I hold it up and kind of shake it. I'm like, see? What did I tell you?
Oh,
I hold it
yeah.
up.
Password is password. Really?
Smokey's still kind of in shock and just looking at the one that got stabbed in the face. Oh, look at this guy. Man, he already had it rough. Look at, he had eczema and stuff.
He's willing to try to kill us. I'm not too concerned with the state of his skin.
Well, I mean, it's worse now after what you did.
I'm just surprised that a cat with fur would know what eczema is.
Hey, you know what? He's not seen another cat person before, so he's seen a lot of skin.
Skin.
no! A lot of skin.
Alright, let's get out of here. Actually, you know what? He'll do another investigation check too, just to try and turn over the room himself.
Sure.
Just in case anything else that's 21. We're rolling.
Mostly common items. You see spare clothing, dice, soap, small little things that would be used just for daily upkeep and care. Combs, brushes, mostly those things.
Do they seem to have a uniform type of robe?
They do seem to have what appears to be a uniform dark blood red cloak that all of these particular casters seem to have draped themselves in, from the one that was up actually by the obelisk and the 3 that you've encountered here in the hold.
we see any spare robes.
You do see a few spare robes here and there that look to be like put to the side, or maybe used for later or for future people who would be indoctrinated into this.
Do I find any that would fit my heft?
The cloaks are rather big and bulky, and if you put them on, you can try to cover yourself up mostly. Yours would just kind of be a little bit more poofy in nature, but it would serve to cover you, at least in this dark, dim kind of base where the only light that you have seen thus far is candlelight. There's been no torches, no sconces, no nothing. It's just literally been candles placed in different locations to try and give some semblance of light.
Mm-hmm. So Smokey will pick up one of these cloaks, gather it up, and just look at Rook and do a and exit the room with a little flick of his tail.
As a perfect...
Why do you rate your clothing?
With perfect Persian poise, you see that feline grace turn, and you recognize that kind of haughty, dismissive gesture as he walks out.
Rook's eyes narrow a little bit. And he just follows it out.
You do. Alright. But you do return to the main room. It has been, like I said, probably 45 minutes.
We should probably, considering we found some baddies in there, we should probably wait for the rest of everyone before we get into the tricky door.
Well, I suppose it's not a bad idea.
I point to, like, Valindra and Winnie and be like, you missed a bit. Right there.
Oh, that's actually pretty important. Yeah, let me just jump that in there real quick.
Just a quick question. Can you, like, do so much stitching and then come back to him later? Type deal?
I mean, I guess I could, but then he'd be kind of in this weird sort of in-between state, and that just sounds very uncomfortable.
Valindra, you know you can't do that. The moment you stop
the
moment you stop your concentration, the shadow that you pull from your own core just melts back into you.
I can't.
Again?
He didn't peek around the corner, no, but at this moment he's actually going to mimic the the sounds from the methods we're making earlier when casting spells.
Okay, then I swing my mace.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack. He's behind cover at this point. The wall is kind of giving him a good little block. Yeah, no, you just kind of a panic. It just tings a bit on the stone as you then see a rook head poke out again once more, the beak coming into the candlelight of the room.
Well, you're certainly ready, but...
Nope, not yet. Still gotta just like...
Not you, Varkesh.
15 more minutes?
Still got about probably 15 minutes left before you...
Well, the room up ahead, there's 3 doors. We were able to get 2 of them open, and we were able to find the passcode to the one that was giving us some trouble. And we found a cupboard with some goods, and then we found 2 more of those initiates who are now dead. Looking at Rook. And that's what we found.
Quick question, chaps and lady who's currently stitching up an undead fox. When we meet the wizardy dude ahead of us, you mind if we just ask some questions before we outright kill him?
Well, I suppose we could.
Yeah, he didn't really seem much like talking, though, when we ran into him in the past.
I mean, would that be, like, before? Are you trying to get him to, like, disclose his ultimate evil plan for evilness? Or is, like, are you thinking, like, after we kind of have him incapacitated-ish?
I don't really care which order. I just want him to tell me where my dad is, so I can kill him.
If we can't get the answer out of him immediately, I can't ask him after he's dead.
That is also very useful.
I think that would be a better idea. You magic-y folks do all sorts of weird things with your voice.
Ooh.
But never underestimate the power of an evil monologue.
That's true.
Will be mine.
No, actually, I've seen that it works quite effectively sometimes.
Some of them like to just go on. They don't have a lot of social interaction, and so they get an audience, and they feel they let it out.
This is the theatrics of it all, and if they win, Yeah, they just been for so long.
So how's Winnie coming, by the way?
Oh, you know,
I
he's.
think you've got his leg on backwards.
Damn it! Cut his leg off and started again.
By the way, Valendra, I've seen you cast a spell before where it's like you snuff out other magic spells, right?
Yeah.
Any chance, is there some way you could possibly teach that spell to me?
Could I?
Oh, I know that spell. Don't ask the reptile. That's fine.
Could I, do you?
No counter spell?
For the
I know just
the
about magic.
basis,
That's what you're talking about. So I'm sticking to my guns.
for the basis of common knowledge that your character would know, the knowledge of the spell itself has been something that you've been given and granted as a gift, and you understand how it works. But for you to be able to successfully get it to be translated to a fellow, you would need to make a scroll. And by making the scroll, you would have created a solid piece, basically for him to copy later. So that would be the way you could transfer knowledge of spells from one person to another for a wizard.
So I could not do that.
You can.
So
You just have to make a
warlocks
scroll.
can make scrolls. Okay.
Any spellcaster can make a scroll.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can probably teach it to you. I've never taught anyone a spell before, so
Well, you were super helpful when you were helping me put that necromancy thing in my book.
that's true. That's true. It did help a little bit with that. Yeah. No, I can try. Did you want to do it now?
Well, I mean, you're busy right now, and we kind of have. This isn't the safest place, I don't think.
Yeah, that's what I was going to recommend. So okay, we're on the same page then. But yeah, I'll teach it to you tonight before we go to bed.
Oh, cool.
Well, I guess not, because I need actually like paper and stuff to make a scroll. Oh, well, never mind then.
Napkins.
Night before we go to bed.
Okay.
We'll have scroll party time.
Anyway, yeah.
I'm going
Brought
to
napkins. Sparkish is happy.
All right. So
Winnie.
you do let her finish, I believe, and you have spent the full hour, Varkesh resting and recovering, Valindra bringing back Winnie.
Yes.
And as that happens, I will begin your timer. You've already done it so far for a certain number, and we've gotten that good. So yeah.
All right, let's go check out that last door.
All right.
If you don't mind, I'd like to take the lead on this.
Always.
I mean, if you feel comfortable doing the sigils, go ahead. I will be over here.
I'm going to be in the back, keeping my big blue ass away from everything that explodes.
Oh yeah, by the way, this door shot lightning at us.
Oh, can I, just out of curiosity, because I can read all writing, can I understand what the sigils are and what they mean?
The sigils, sadly, are not writing. It's not a communication language of any kind. It is basically like a version of symbol representation.
Okay, no, just wondering. Okay, go ahead.
All of you, please make sure you're not visible from the doorway. I'm going to get this open and try to sneak ahead of it. And Rook will try to stealth and step to the side and type in the key code, I guess.
Looking at the sheets of paper and literally matching up the circles with each one, you begin to trace around.
I'm going to hold Eldritch Blast in case something dangerous comes out.
Okay, getting your magic ready, you just kind of constantly have this flow ready to unleash. Rook goes through the motions, following along with the diagram that you've gotten from the other room, and the door, with ease, finishes its final motion, locks the magic in place, and lowers down, opening to a long, dark hallway that you can see, Rook, with your dark vision. It looks into what appears to be a room that has a set of stairs leading straight ahead. There's a light in that room, more brightly lit than the rest of the chamber that you have been to thus far. But you can see not much, because it's kind of raised up a little bit from your position, so it's kind of at an awkward angle. But you can hear the faint bits of what appears to be laughing and snickering, a little bit of just a pleased tone, and very quiet muttering to a single individual. And then make another perception check for me as you hear that. That's the most prominent noise.
At 27.
You also hear the sounds of growls and a deeper, more angered tone of like a disgruntled kind of nature that seems to just be listening to what's going on and is just breathing out this continuous sigh of irritation.
Okay. Yep. Stealthing, and I'd like to move forward, keeping an eye out for any tripwires, traps, anything of the sort. That'd be up the way up to pathway.
Sure. So go ahead and make a perception check for the traps as you sneak along with a 28. Okay. You don't see any traps. You do see what appears to be a wooden door on your left. You've been used to seeing stone doors everywhere, but this one is a plain wooden one with a handle just at the center of the hall on the left side before you reach the stairway where you hear the sounds coming from. But other than that, there's nothing that's blocking your path, and you move as quietly as you can to the distance. Now, I'm going to just quickly check to see. Alright, that's a +2. Because we need to see if they can see you or not.
28? Shoot.
Alright.
19 on die.
No, that one is not able to spot you. These ones, I believe they have advantage. Yes, they do. Alright, okay. They are Alright.
Cloak of Elvenkind grants disadvantage to spot me as well.
Say again.
Cloak of Elvenkind causes them to have disadvantage on attempts to spot me as well.
For visuals.
Okay.
Alright. Okay. So, you move quietly into the hall, following straight up and going towards the stair, seeming to be unnoticed. You make your way...
I will actually stop at that wooden door and try to pick it open and, well, first check for any traps on it and then pick it open.
There are no traps, and it looks to be unlocked as you kind of test to see if the handle's loose, and it is, because you quietly kind of like give it a jiggle, and it's like it could be opened without any tool needed to unlock it.
Okay. I'd like to open it as quietly as I can and peek inside.
Ooh, okay.
No!
Make a sleight of hand check for me as you are trying to stop a door from making a very noticeable... Okay, so you kind of do this moment of like... And you kind of like lift it up with your weight, kind of like trying to get the hinges to not be, so squeaky, and you push it just very slightly. You hear first the conversation of two individuals just kind of casually, quietly talking to one another. As you poke your head inside and look around, you can see what appears to be a very large individual, one that you remember seeing hauling a cart when you were chasing them, sitting down at a table having a meal with another individual draped in red, similar to the cloaks that you've seen before from the other individuals, just casually talking and laughing. They seem to be giving some story about what had previously occurred, as well as some reports as to how things have been going, most of which are things that you know about, and you get the sense that they are relaying all the stuff that you had done to them the last night. But they are there.
Okay, and then they'll appear to notice the door opening a little bit.
They didn't notice the door opening.
Okay. Going to slip it back closed, go back down the hallway towards the my allies, and relay what I saw there, in a bit of a whisper. And then move, okay, so I saw the berserker from last night. He's in a little room off the corridor there. and there's a gathering of some sort up further ahead. I think it would be in our best interest to clear the wooden doorway first.
Okay.
Do you know how many there are total?
I didn't get a numbers of the full group, but I know there's only 2 in the wooden room.
How big was the room?
Would I have had time to spot that, AJ?
Yeah, you would have guessed that the room is about maybe, you'd assume 15 feet in width and about, anywhere from 35 to 40 feet in length.
It's fairly long, about 15 foot by 40.
I mean, I could fill the entire thing with fire.
That's a lot of fire.
I can cast silence on the room so that nobody hears anything coming from inside.
Do this. Don't follow my lead, and I'll go for the corridor, and I'll actually just kick the door open.
God damn it.
Fuck!
Okay, Varkash
Cast
immediately
silence.
goes and does that. You're going to try to cast silence where he's at?
Well,
No.
I'm gonna try, yeah.
Okay, alright, as Varkash immediately goes forward and begins to barge the door in, everyone roll for initiative. As the door breaks in. Wait, Varkash, you going up or are you going to the door?
I wanted to go to the door that road.
That's fine, that's fine. You went right past it. It's
Because
right
I
past
don't
it.
have
You went right past it. Yeah, there it is.
Yes.
But yeah,
Okay.
alright.
So as I'll kick in the door, I'll be like, would any of you soon-to-be corpses tell me where my brother is?
Hopefully they won't hear any of that because I will have casted silence.
Well, I mean, so you definitely punch in the door and you start talking this, but make your initiative roll, Varkash, for me. Ooh, 21. All right. So that is going to be a surprise round on them for sure.
If I can't cast silence in time to keep him from talking, then I'm just not going to cast it because there's no point.
Well, I mean, you begin to try and do it if you wanted to, but yeah, at that moment, it's just like he busts in, begins talking. Smokey, you get to go first.
Okay, so I'm gonna just 5, 15, 20, 25, 30. I can't see everything as much as I'd like to, but I why are you being inquisitive now?
Yeah, it's my job.
I don't know what to do. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. That's gonna be just too perfect. I'm going to see this. I'm gonna activate my feline agility. Let's do some eyeballing. Actually, yeah, I can't see him, so he can't counterspell me. So I'm going to cast Synaptic Static. I'm going to cast it right there.
I like that spell.
It is a 20-foot radius. Everyone gives me an intelligence saving throw of 16.
Okay, so you're looking up into the room ahead, seeing slight shadows in the dark. You're able to pick out what appears to be a small semblance of critters and other things, and you want to blast them all.
I am blasting them all.
Alright,
Okay.
and they make intelligence saves?
Yep, DC 16.
Alright. First one. Nope. Takes 30 damage, is it?
30. Psychic.
Okay. Alright. The other ones...
Just watch, these are all the hostages.
That's a pass. That's a fail. Okay, do they take half damage on a failure?
Yes.
Alright, okay, so that's fine. So
And if they survive, or if they fail, put a mark on them, because they have an additional little FU effect.
right, okay, so 15
Additional FU
and
effect.
30, and we'll go ahead and mark that one as he has been snapped. Alright, and this one's got a pretty bad intelligence. Nope, rolls 12. And also takes that full 30 and is snapped with the thing. Alright, so you go ahead and you just blast it up in there. And as you shoot it up at that point, you just Here, it's just a blind. Does it make a sound? What is it actually like? An actual?
Not really. It's pure psychic energy. So it's more like Jean Grey, just like.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it may not even be visible. They may just suddenly
They just kind of start to kind of go, and you just hear some of them crying out. As Smokey does this, there's sounds of dismay and animal whimpering and a roar of anger and frustration. But yeah, that's what you hear in the distance. Varkesh, you've kicked in the door, and just suddenly those two just stare at you in complete shock as you just say
I
your...
just shout out, "It's my brother."
Yeah, as you say that.
And that's it.
Well, no, that was your kind of your initiation of like starting the combat was the punching in. So
Yep.
you have an action to do.
I will. I determine who the barbarian is specifically.
The one in the bottom of you.
Right. Okay. So then, what I will do is I will move in, and I will inflict wounds upon him.
Okay, as you kind of walk forward, you begin to bring your hand back as you encase it in this necrotic energy. You reach out to grab him. Roll for your attack.
I will do that at level 1.
All right. 10 does not hit, sadly. Actually, no. I believe you get advantage for surprise, don't you?
If he's surprised, then yes.
He is surprised. They will be absolutely 100% surprised.
Level 1.
All right.
Already hitting.
Then yeah, that would do it. 15. All right, yeah. As he just is stared in shock as you come in, say that, and grab him, you release the energy, and as he just kind of goes, as you suddenly see the necrotic energy vein into his arm, kind of starting to deteriorate and degrade the muscle. Yeah, he looks in pain.
I think I've done this same guy before.
You did it to another friend of his upstairs, yes, but not this one. Valindra, it's your turn.
Melting.
As Smokey incants and Varkish barges in and makes a good boasting statement before a sudden scream of pain.
It's always a good sign. I boast. And then
Let's
this.
remove Caleb, but we can't hear anything.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna move inside this room, swearing Varkesh's name the entire time.
Just
And then I
literally,
will go-
is this like one elongated Varkesh? Or is it Varkesh?
No, it's just fucking Varkesh. Why don't you ever fucking listen? I can't believe this. You ruin everything. If anybody dies, it's totally your fault.
Wait, I didn't hear a word of that. Was that great plan, Varkesh? Keep doing what you're doing.
I'm just gonna flick him the bird and then bonus action Hex on the cultist and cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay. As you burn your other spell slot to cast Hex again, you kiss, and the first one goes way wide as you're just kind of too focused on Varkesh. You just turn and look at him just like, you made me miss! And then the second one does strike true. 13 damage total, not bad, not bad. As the cultist, just completely surprised, just gets blasted suddenly in the chest, stumbling backwards and falling kind of like in a backwards tumble roll on the ground from the sudden shock. Rook.
Alright, I will run up, come on into the room. That's 20 feet of movement. I use my last, well, I'll use 5 more here to get right up on top of here. And try to stab the berserker fellow with my silver rapier.
Alright, go right ahead.
18 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
For 26 points of piercing damage.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, the 26 goes straight into him as the rapier just quickly out of nowhere from the shadows punctures right into his side, and you can see it might have pierced a lung, that he's just kind of like just this different combative negative energy from this arm being degraded, and his now punctured lung kind of heaving with a burning pain. He's just surrounded. He's stunned and unsure of what to do. As Smokey, it's your turn.
I was going to use my bonus action as well.
Oh, bonus action. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yep. To take a crossbow shot at the cultist.
Okay, go right ahead. Oh yes.
That's funny.
Oh yes.
So that'll be 4 points of piercing damage.
Oh, that's all right. 4 points of damage, not bad. So yeah, you definitely get a good shot right in him as he's tumble rolling. He just gets to standing up and then right into the shoulder.
I'll take it.
But during this time, after the surprise round has gone off, and since you engaged the other targets, Smokey, they get to roll.
Yeah.
So let us get those dexes in.
I mean, Barkesh banged down a door, so...
There's about to be screaming and yelling anyway.
All right.
I didn't psychic nuke a pack of grizzlies.
That's silent.
All right.
But violent.
They just all got really bad headaches out of nowhere is all.
Okay, and then these do theirs. Okay. All right. And then this guy does his.
And they also have to roll a d6 and subtract it from their initiative rolls if they fail.
What's the initiative do?
Initiative is an ability check.
Ability
so
score,
yes.
yeah. I need its ability score, yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
such a mean spell.
All right. All right.
I
Yeah.
love that spell so much.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. So we'll do the 1d6 deduction. All right. And you add your turn. Okay, and you add yours. Alright. Okay. Yeah, Smokey, it's your turn.
Yeah, so seeing the main threat in front of him and see everyone just like scutter off behind him into the other room, just like, I'll try to buy us some time. And he's going to cast Stinking Cloud in this room over here.
Oh, alright, okay. So you release a stinking cloud. This is a 20-foot, 30-foot radius?
It is a 20-foot radius spell, and everyone in the cloud must make a con saving throw at the start of their turn, and if they fail, they waste their action that turn.
Yeah, they can still move, but they just start...
They can move.
Alright, okay.
And then Smokey back into Eva. 10, 20, 30.
Okay,
He's getting ready for that death shot of just down the hallway.
okay.
And actually, no, he'll duck over here. He'll
Okay.
be out of range.
Alright,
He'll just
quickly making your way back in a nice retreat, you just duck into the corner. Varkesh.
Well, I will continue wailing on the barbarian until he tells me what I want to know or dies.
Say, we are actually in full combat now. You've initiated, so we're gonna go ahead and get some combat in there. But go ahead.
11.
That misses sadly.
Dang it.
Almost like rushing headlong into combat was the
Would
bad
you,
idea.
do you want to bonus action anything?
No, saving the spells.
All right. So there is a Constitution saving throw for this one, and that it just starts retching, heaving into a terrible, terrible sensation that just makes them kind of continually,
Yeah.
just constantly
They're
doing
also
that.
blind because it's heavily obscured.
Yeah, heavily obscured, absolutely.
The stank.
The stank.
But yeah. Just double checking on this. Okay. Yeah. All right. Valindra, it's your go.
I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the hexed cultist again. And blast number 2.
Ooh, yes, both hit.
20.
All right.
Alright, that's not horrible.
That
And
is
then 2
enough.
hex-
As you just shoot out 2 more blasts of force energy, you see them hit him inside in one spot, and then the other one comes right behind and makes a cavity in his chest, just leaving a hole where his heart was. And he just slumps to the ground looking at it before toppling to the side.
I will move over here, and I will bonus action move Hex to the Barbarian.
Alright, the Barbarian now being infused with your Hex. We go to...
What are you giving a disadvantage on?
I'm assuming it's strength.
You can give disadvantage on a certain type of skill checks.
With Hex?
Yep. I'm assuming it's strength.
Yes. You can choose.
Ooh, I get to choose?
Any of the 6 attributes.
It's just ability checks, though, so bear that in mind. Saving
Not
throws
saving
another
throws.
Well, I'm gonna do strength. Because he's a barbarian, he's already strong, so I'm gonna try to hurt him while I can. I didn't know that! Holy shit!
I've always defaulted it to strength, because that's just the usual, but yes. Alright.
Mhm.
He immediately, looking between the pair of you, goes and tries to shrug off this terrible pain and goes into a rage. And then he uses his action to disengage. As he pulls away from both of you and makes a bolt out.
You said he's darting out?
He darts out.
Okay, fair enough.
Do we all get an attack of opportunity on him?
Action disengaged.
Oh, I didn't catch that part, Mummy.
But you have Sentinel, right?
Me?
Do you?
Oh, no, wait, you have Shield Master, never mind.
Yeah, I have Shield Master.
Oh, darn, no. Sentinel would have been the one. But no, yep, so he just books it, and you see as he's running, he just kind of keeps moving and goes, "Intruders! Intruders inside!" And runs straight.
They already know, you idiot!
He doesn't know that. He doesn't know the psychic blast happened. Alright, the creature inside makes his con save. Nope, he does not succeed. So I don't have to roll the d6 of failure or its ability checks. It only saves. But yeah, that
Wait, he
was-
runs into the cloud?
He technically does run into the cloud. Yeah,
Barbarians.
yeah. So he just ran into it. But I mean, he's calling out at that point, trying to get someone to like be warned. You don't know who, but ooh, they are not doing well on their con saves. Yeah, the cultist is dead. Alright. Rook, you're next.
No, I just had my turn. It's smoke. Oh, wait, never mind.
No, you
It was a
haven't.
fast round.
Don't mind me, I've been very busy for a week. Alright, I'll chase after the Barbarian.
Alright. You run
Where's
straight
the
into a
smoking
sting
cloud
cloud.
as well? Well, where was it? I don't know where it is.
And probably like right at the edge of the room, so maybe a 5 feet right here. That's about it though, and you can't see anyone.
It's
Okay.
a thick cloud, and it goes all the way to let's see, because you blasted it here. It's right at the stairs, just at where you saw the stairway. The stairway is covered in a cloud.
Well, with heavy obscurity there, preventing me from being immediately seen, I'll take a bonus action to hide right where I'm standing from everything through the cloud.
Okay.
And ready in action to attack the first thing to come through.
All right. Okay. So go ahead and
First
make.
aggressive thing to come through.
That's fine. So go ahead and make your stealth check as you try to find any semblance of cover, probably using the door to kind of like hide behind a little bit. All right, 22. All right.
Pretty much just
Okay,
waiting for someone to come out of
that was
avalanche flood area.
the one person who does not fail on his. He rolled an 18. You
I think he needs to
see,
get his action.
you see him keep his action as he goes to the side, and though he's coughing, you hear just maybe a slight little bit of, just like, "Unleash the beasts!" And you hear a little bit of a weird noise as something seems to be clicking and unlocking. At the moment, it's too obscured, you can't see, but yeah. That happens, and then you do hear what appears to be just like the sounds of some footfalls just going and that's it. It's your turn, Smokey.
He'll peek out around here, see Rook. Do a quick measurement. I think it's Yeah, I can get any of them if they show themselves. He will prepare a produce flame cantrip to just throw at the first thing that comes aggressive, and he'll just yell out, "Just let me know when you want me to drop it!" And that'll be his turn.
Okay. Varkesh, it's you.
I'm going to walk out of the room like a big blue Terminator and shout all the while, "Oh, brother, brother, where art thou, brother?" And just kind of get to about here and stop and look around.
You actually walk into the stink cloud at that point.
Ah, why does it smell like cat fart? This is horrible.
I mean, is it when he starts his turn or ends his turn? I'm betting it starts his turn, because if you wasted an action...
At the start, he's fine. As long as he gets out.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, you can stand in the stink cloud if you want to, or you can take a step back away from the stink cloud.
I am going to take a step back from the cat fart. Yes, I will.
Okay.
Do I see the bug ahead
No.
of me? I think I do.
No, you don't. You see nothing but an obscured, green, thick, mucky cloud.
I can drop it if you want.
Don't do that yet.
Okay.
And I will hold my action, and I will hold a sacred flame.
Okay. Alright, you hold a sacred flame.
Will
Alright.
release upon being able to see enemies.
Valindra, it's your turn.
I'm going to just, pardon me, out my way out the door, and I will hold Eldritch Blast in case something aggressive comes through.
God, the first thing coming through is gonna have a bad day.
Good!
Bottlenecks, man.
Alright, the Berserker makes his con save. 22, he's fine. Alright, so he immediately keeps moving in the darkness and heads towards somewhere in the distance, and you just hear this, like, "Open up! Open up!" And you hear that. Alright, the one, let's see if they make it. Nope, do not. Stink Cloud has effectively kept them at bay. Alright, this one. Okay, that one absolutely makes it. So, as this is going on, Varkesh, you kind of prepare yourself and wait, and you just hear this lumbering noise as suddenly a large green hand sticks out of the cloud and reaches towards you
Oh no.
and tries to yank you in.
Oh no.
So it's going to be it's a grapple check, so I need you to make a athletics or dexterity. Acrobatics, one of the two.
Well, it's definitely not going to be a fucking dexterity, that's for sure. 17.
All
Don't
right.
please say I had advantage for some
No,
magical
but
miracle.
you rolled a 17, and Defender gets to win on that one. So the first hand coming out, you're like, "Oh, what the heck?" Then another one reaches out and tries to grapple you in this weird, mad frantic to try and get you. So make another one for me,
Ooh.
please.
Stop being so handsy! And then I will roll again.
Ooh,
14.
It rolled a 9. No. And its last attack, do it again, reaches in to try and get you to come inside, to enter the stink cloud.
19.
Oh, and at a very even one-on-one, this version of like, no, yes, no, yes, no! You eventually throw this hand away as it just goes back into the stink cloud.
Pay to play, motherfucker.
And you see nothing but obscurity.
We don't get our attacks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we get to fire off if we
You
see the
would
hand?
see a hand. Yeah, it's just a hand. So, I mean, go ahead, you can make your attack. It'd be at disadvantage because you're going for the core. You're kind of... You can still shoot at things that you might not be able to see much of, but, you know, it's disadvantage at that point. 20 will still hit.
I'll take it.
14,
14.
I think will also hit.
Ooh.
Oh, no, 14 does not hit. No, sorry.
Damn it.
Oh, well.
Alright,
So
it makes a dex save on that one. Alright, so you do 6 points of force damage. Nice.
Yeah. Well, so if I hold my action, I still get to fire the 2 blasts, right?
No, sadly, Oh, yes, actually, yes. Your Eldritch Blast is
Yeah.
broken into 2 bolts. Yes.
Yeah, so that was a 20 and a 24, so that's 6 and 5, so that's 11.
Oh,
force
okay,
damage.
yeah. Definitely. Nice. And Varkeshi rolls a dex save to your Sacred Flame that, as the hand comes out, you're just like, whoop! You throw it up, and he tries to see if he doesn't succeed. Oh, he succeeds. He was out of the way of that one. Rolls a 20 as you see it just going and hitting nothing but the cloud. Rook, your bolt goes wide, hitting nothing but the smoke as it makes that weird swirly dissipation inside. It doesn't
rolled a 20. What is it, a thing from the Addams family?
It got luck. It rolled shit on its good strength. Strength, it's got the best, and you were able to thwart it so well. But yeah. And, yeah, but did anyone else have any? No, that's it. I think everyone had their held actions for that one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, and it does regenerate. Okay. Rook, it's your turn. The cloud is still obscuring your vision in front of you.
Look, I've changed my mind. Get rid of this.
Can I do that reaction? It's up, AJ.
I believe you can just, I think it's just you just choose to no longer concentrate.
Yeah.
It'll probably be kind of like on your turn in a sense. I think it's on your turn. Oh gosh, I can't remember the official rulings. No, okay, I will say you were holding it and you were waiting for someone to tell you to drop it. So you had it you were at that like pin drop moment, just waiting for someone to say the words release or stop, and you just immediately had that. So you can burn your reaction to do that.
I will use my reaction to do that.
Yeah, so you break the spell at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah.
I will go ahead and run forward to here.
Okay, you run into the room as the cloud just dissipates to nothing. You enter what looks to be a horrible torture chamber, strewn body parts all across the place, a table to the side spattered with blood and gore, and you can see just to the left of you a large troll-esque looking creature. However, the face looks more human in nature, and it doesn't seem to have just one arm. It has a mismatch of other arms sewn and regenerating onto it, some troll-like and elongated like claws, others human hands that have just slowly been turned green as the cellular invasion has begun to slowly creep on this appendage, and just these weird mismatch of limbs sticking out of it. It looks horrendous and hideous, and you see to the right what appears to be a large wolf-like creature, massive in shape and large in bulk, just growling at you as the air is now completely dissipated and it is no longer held back by the stink.
That being the case, I'll go ahead and bonus action insightful fighting one of the wolf-like creatures.
Okay.
That one there. That is a...
Oh yeah.
30.
Oh yeah. You notice that it was kind of coughing a little bit, and that weakens point. You can see that any attack towards its lungs might be the best way to go at it. It's still kind of feeling it rough there.
Okay. I will then action disengage.
Mm-hmm.
And move the 15 feet back to right where I was before, and then turn.
Okay, as you just like, nope.
Barker's behind him.
Yep. Never mind.
Leave me to it, and that's fine. Sure.
Yep.
Smokey, it is your turn.
What was it?
Big things. A wolfman and a... I can't describe the last one.
Alright, I will use... Yeah, I'm gonna cast Blur again on myself.
Okay. Alright, as you once more again to make this weird Dagob Smokey, you morph yourself and warp it to make it look weird and off-putting.
And make it 10, 15, 25, 30. I'm gonna move right in here.
Okay. Ducking into the door, getting closer but also staying behind cover. Varkesh.
I'm going to Thermopylae this bitch and actually hold the corridor.
Okay, so you just hold your ground. Do you hold your action for anything?
Hold my action, and I will hold a inflict wound.
All right, an inflict wounds. Okay. Now with the barrier gone, you see suddenly from the corner a large furry creature turning around, seeing this entire corridor, and jumping right over Varkesh and Rook to land in between all of you. Varkesh, you do get your attack because he is going to jump over you, and you get that like little bit of opportunity to do that. So you can grab onto him as he tries to leap over. Oh, that does. Oh, wait. That might just hit. Let's see. It just hits. It just hits.
No.
Good old natural 4.
So go ahead and roll for your damage.
13.
Holy shit.
Okay, as you do, that is a mighty wound.
That's a fully maxed.
That is a fully maxed.
That is fully maxed? Ooh!
Yeah.
Oh! That is the nastiest wound. Yeah, so you just immediately grab. You don't, like, need to actually... You try to do this grapple...
Nope.
Your version of this is like you grab onto it hoping to stop it from getting past you, but as you grab it, the necrotic energy is so strong and intense that as you do, suddenly you see a broken leg in front of you as you kind of hold this gangrene, degraded leg that is snapped and severed off of the creature.
Oh god.
I'm having a real bad day.
It
I'll put it in
lands
my-
with a terrible, like, whimpering noise as suddenly its entire left leg is gone. Your inflict wounds just completely severing it from its body.
I put his severed leg in bag of holding.
Well, you can use that for an action for later, but yes, at the moment, though, it is just looking around, and is just looking and sees Valindra and Rook, and immediately goes and does one bite towards you, Valindra, and one claw towards Rook. So, for Valindra, this is a natural 20 to hit. Please make a Constitution saving throw as you take 8 piercing damage.
With advantage, because Warcaster!
This is
Please-
not that, but that's fine. You still succeed.
Oh.
Now make a con save for your spell.
With advantage, because
Yes.
Warcaster. Oh, God.
22.
Same result.
Yeah. You hold fast, and the bite doesn't seep into your body as you feel this weird diseased mouth clamping onto your shoulder, and it's just you kind of shrug it off before it can really fully get itself in there. Rook, the claws go for you, and that is a 13.
Misses.
All right, sadly that one just goes right by as you quickly birdie dodge out of the way.
I mean, I'm not very sad about it.
Valindra, it's your turn.
Alrighty. Well, let's see here. So I'm going to back up and take the.
Attack of opportunity.
Yep.
All right. 14.
Haha, no.
All right. It tries to bite at you again, but you just bring up your shield and armor away from it, being able to puncture your skin. You're just bashing it away.
And I will bonus action move hex from the barbarian to this guy.
Okay.
I will Eldritch Blast him.
Oh,
20 and 19.
those both hit. Yeah.
So that's 5 and 10
Mhm.
plus 5 and 3. So
And
23.
yeah, and as you shoot out these blasts that then get like this like kind of sonic echo with the hex just punching in even farther, you do the first one pushing itself back as it looks up, the second one shooting its head up as the jaw dislocates and the head gets blown apart. The creature is
is
no
it
more.
dead?
It is dead.
Just did 53 points of damage to it in one turn.
Hey.
Alright, as you re-step closer, feeling more bold and empowered from that attack. The Berserker does seem to go inside something and is currently not worried about you at the moment. As you then hear another familiar noise as suddenly another one of these large creatures comes barreling towards and jumping over, landing
No.
where the other one was. We'll just get rid of that out of the way so it doesn't get confusing. And it once more lands, but this time, seeing the two of you, looks for the one who looks weaker, and he can smell blood on Rook, and goes and bites at the Kenku, and then claws at him. So, the biting attack, 6, not hit.
Misses.
Oh, sorry, I don't know why I did that twice. Yes, and then the claw one, natural 1, no. He tries, but he kind of stumbles a little bit on his landing on this broken body in front of him, so it just kind of makes him stumble, and he can't get purchase as he tries to rake across you, but getting nowhere. Once more, a large green hand comes out towards you, Varkash, and begins to reach out to grab onto you. Please
Reach
make
out and touch me.
please make your athletics or acrobatics check.
Okay. Nat 20.
Good time. It rolled a 22. You are able to
Nice.
shove it off with a mighty, just like rebound, keeping it at bay as it then just kind of like, and then the Fury tries to keep going at you. Second attack, roll in athletics or acrobatics.
Oh,
All right, that time you see its hand kind of like going at you with full fury, not caring as you try to punch it back, but it just pushes through, grabbing your arm and yanking you forward, bringing you towards it, as it then brings you into the room
like, uh-oh.
and swings you around
Guys!
to here, and takes his other hand and tries to rake across your body.
No.
And so that one's going to claw around. 10 does
Don't
not hit.
do that. 10
So-
does shithole
Yeah.
to me.
But he does hold on to you, and at the moment, you notice that the wounds that you had inflicted on him previously are starting to regenerate.
Wait, what wounds? I haven't even wounded that guy.
The wounds that have been inflicted on him by your party members.
Ah, okay. I was about to say I've done jack shit to them.
Yeah, you
Jolly
didn't hit, but
guy.
you saw it got hurt and hit, like, occasionally. Very similar to, like, the Kraken in The Lord of the Rings, when they're just like, Legolas, you're running it, you hurt it, it got hurt, but now the wounds are no longer inflicting as bad as they once were. Rook.
I just shout out, it's like, ugly thing has me, help!
In a moment, and I'll try to try to stab the wolf beast.
Go right ahead.
That's going to be 21 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits, and it is a silvered weapon. So it
That
does
is,
20 damage.
yep, 20 points of piercing damage.
Nice. Yep, it does sink, and as you see, the silver actually reacts to the creature, causing it to wheel in pain as this, like, bubbling heat goes across the wound when the silver gets pulled out.
Okay, and then seeing that, with a very practiced motion, he loads a silvered crossbow bolt and unloads it into the werewolf.
Okay.
23 to hit,
Oh, that hits.
for an additional 6 points.
Ooh,
of
yeah,
damage.
again, that one also embeds, and it just continues to sink in the flesh, just causing it to bubble and just sizzle. It's just like this nasty wound, and it's just like, looking at it, it's unable to pull it out. It's just kind of continually hurting it. It looks weak. It looks really, really weak.
It'll end my turn.
Alright, Smokey, it's your turn. Rook seems to be battling this large wolf-like creature and is doing a pretty good job at it.
Smokey's going to come over here, so I think he'll get an attack of opportunity from the
He
wolf.
would, yes.
Yeah, disadvantage because I'm blurred.
Alright, with the blurry disadvantage, it rolls a 22 instead of a nat 20.
Well, it hits.
Alright, so roll for me a Constitution saving throw first for the disease. And
Oh
then,
my gosh, am I going to be a werewolf
And then,
tabaxi?
do you still have your Abjuration Ward up?
I can absorb 2 points if.
Alright, so it would still go through. It's 9, so you would take 7.
You
still.
were less. Constitution saving throw.
Well, I mean, you don't have disadvantage, so you're fine.
Yeah,
But go ahead and make your con save for your blur.
that's also true. I'm not Warcaster. Con saving throw.
You're
Yeah,
fine.
Hey, look at that.
Keeping yourself in check and not letting this creature infect you with its own rabid bite. You quickly move out of the way, just getting that slight
And you said 9 points?
9 reduced by 2, obviously, so you only take 7.
Okay. I'm with you. Okay, my 7. Okay, I'm set. So that's going to be 15 so far. 20. Holy shit.
Yep.
25. Will you let me do the diagonal, or do you want me to go?
You can
around or
diagonal, of
whatever?
course you can diagonal.
I'm gonna actually burst my speed on feel and agility. Plus
Alright.
25, 30. Oh, I can't. Can I crawl onto the table?
Do you want to crawl on the table?
Yeah.
Alright.
Cats love crawling on tables.
I mean, yeah, it's in your nature. It's very natural to do this. There is no
Push off
acrobatics
the
check.
edge.
Your acrobatics check come when you try to leap off the desk. That's for cats.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to leap off the desk.
Okay.
Acrobatics. That's a 13.
I mean, it's still fine. I mean, if you rolled in that one, you would pull the cat version of, But
Do you knock over any cups on your way over the edge?
Probably with my tail.
Stop and go.
Alright, so I'm at 40. Seeing this guy, I am going to cast a produce flame at it. Because I'm down to cantrips.
Ooh.
10.
That misses. As you try to, you kind of see Varkesh gets in the way, and you go a little high, trying to avoid hitting your ally, and just arches past.
Okay. I see some stairs.
You do, and you see a door that is right there.
Open, closed.
It is closed, wood,
I
with a
tried the
handle.
handle.
The handle is barred. You can't open it.
Rock! And I'll just
In
tumble
a
over and
minute!
get my turn.
Okay. Varkesh, as Smokey just kind of like lobs something that does nothing and just goes to a door, you're just standing there with this Hulk at you.
You are very ugly. I'm going to make you let go of me. And I'm going to attempt to resist this grapple and break free.
Alright, go ahead and make your athletics check to break free. 21.
21.
Yeah, no. It rolls a 23, so as you try to break free, it just kind of grips you a little harder and pulls you in closer to it, as some of the little arms just kind of lift up and also kind of grab onto you, kind of keeping you in check.
Take my strong hand. No, I'm not doing this today. So, I will then continue to be grappled.
Okay. Bonus action, anything?
Nope, saving spells.
Alright, no healing words, no nothing. Alright, Valindra.
Well, I will bonus action move Hex to the big guy, grappling Varkesh.
Okay.
Give him disadvantage on strength, and then I will fire just a regular Eldritch Blast.
Alright.
Oh, I'm going to back up first. Not that it matters.
Well, I mean, 15 just hits.
Huzzah! Please kill him, please kill him. 4?
Ooh, nice damage.
Oh, are you doing it at the werewolf still, or are you referring to the...
Yeah, I'm trying to kill the werewolf.
Okay, alright, so it would bite at you then. Alright.
Oh, but he did Smokey whenever
That's
Smokey
That's
passed.
my reaction.
Good point, he did, which means that nat 20 I rolled was useless.
Oh my god!
So, yeah, but you definitely hit it, and you deal the damage, and you see the creature once more as it tries to turn to bite at you, ready to do that. Open mouth, force right into the maw, dislodging the back of its skull as it just topples there. As Rook is standing there with a bit of guts and brain matter just kind of on him, he's like, ugh.
It's a good look for you. And then I will fire the second Eldritch Blast at the troll in the back.
Alright. Ranging up and firing with your lobbing blast. You miss. Sadly, it goes a little wide as Varkesh, you suddenly see another bolt of magical energy just kind of go right by your head. And you're just like, yeah!
That's fine.
Aim for the troll, not for the Varkesh.
I will move right behind Rook, though, so I'm within 5 feet of him.
Okay.
And then... Winnie is 100 feet behind me, by the way.
Well, I mean, Winnie's in the hall somewhere in the back, yes.
Yeah, he's hiding. He's within 100 feet of me, but he's hiding in the other room, so he's not attacked.
Okay.
And... Let's see, what section? Yeah, that's...
Okay. Alright, that creature's gone. Alright, the troll, once more, not being hindered, continues to... He actually is going to take Varkesh, pick him up, and begin to roll him around in the grapple towards this cage that it looks to have been kept in, and fling you into there, and block the exit. As he pushes you in, and when you're cornered, he starts to just rake across you, trying to go at you furiously, striking and biting and clawing at you.
Oh no.
So it makes, alright, so here's the bite. 12 misses.
Is that strength-based?
No, it's just clawing and attacking.
Okay.
Yeah. And then...
So he's put me in a cage.
Basically, 22.
22. Just meets.
Alright, so that one does hit. You take 14 slashing damage. Are you concentrating on a
Okay.
spell?
No, I'm not
Alright,
concentrating on
so
the
you're
spell.
fine. You don't have to worry about that. And another 22 to hit. So you take
Yeah.
and an additional 11 on top. So you take 25 in total as this creature begins to scrape all of its claws and hands across your form while you're trapped inside of its cage, keeping you in this, like, cornered room. Rook.
Okay.
Okay, Rook will come barreling up the hallway, see Varkesh's predicament, and come right up to this nice troll. Very friendly fellow, I can tell. And try to take a couple slashes at its cat.
All right, go right ahead.
The key. Ooh, real bad.
Ooh, that
13 to hit.
misses. That misses.
And they'll still go ahead for the offhand of the hand crossbow.
Okay.
Loading a regular bolt this time.
All right.
20 to hit.
20 does hit.
Okay, so it'll be a total of... Wow, that is absolutely terrible. 17 points of damage.
All right. As you sink it in, as the weapon pierces into the flesh, you just see it kind of embed in there, and it turns and looks to see another one coming at it. Smokey.
Alright, seeing Rook not go towards the door, would you allow me to just, like, push my ear up against it and try and listen for anything?
Oh, sure.
Like,
Make a perception check.
Alright. Perception. 19.
You listen in closely as the battle behind you is chaotically going, and you just hear muffled versions of... You just hear these weird...
Speak more clearly!
It's muffled, but you do hear two voices just arguing and doing something in the room. You don't know what, but they're arguing.
Comes back over here, and he's just gonna produce flame at the troll again. Hopefully roll higher than a 2 this time. 19!
Alright, it would have been your action to do the listen in.
Oh yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yeah,
Okay. Then I will not hit it.
sorry. Unless you have a bonus action you want to use.
Not as a wizard.
Okay.
Not with my spell list.
Alright. No Misty Steps for Smokey.
Wouldn't do any good anyway.
Varkesh, it's your turn.
Okay,
I'll
seeing
just
as
stay there.
this creature has actually forced me in a cage, Varkesh is going to literally hyperventilate and freak the fuck out, and he's just going to blindly cast Wall of Fire in amongst the cage surrounding the troll and himself.
Oh, okay. Just like the entire walls of this vicinity kind of get engulfed,
Like-
and the creature gets engulfed too.
Yep,
Alright.
Wall of Flame.
It
Boom.
makes a deck save. Alright.
It makes him right.
You make it as well.
Yes.
And obviously, you have resistance, luckily for you. No, the creature does not succeed on that and takes the full Ooh.
Yeah, horrible, right?
Yeah, that's not
Nothing
too
wrong.
good. But yeah, so that's fine. You still have resistance, so you only take half of 18, 9. You take 9. It takes the full 18. And
Indeed.
it begins to burn and sizzle as the flesh just kind of starts to pop and break apart and start to catch, almost like leaves. It's very weird how the fire takes to this cellular form.
Yep.
All
And then
right.
I'm gonna just literally say, "Get away from me!" and just, in role-playing perspective, just start kicking and pushing at it, trying to get it out of the way so I can get out of the cage.
Which in turn is actually pushing it closer to the firewall as it's just now panic
No, it's the
dragon
whole-
fire.
Kicking, thrashing deal.
All right. Make your Constitution saving throw for me for the maintenance
Yes.
of the spell, maintaining it.
With advantage, because I have Warcaster.
I'm pretty sure you'll pass. You just got to beat the. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you maintain it, though it hurts. You're maintaining it. Melindra, it's your turn. As you see, Varkesh suddenly takes the troll and woof, engulfs it in fire. Rook, you can see fire in front of you.
Okay, I will move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I will move here. And I will Eldritch Blast the hexed troll.
All right.
Boop. Boop.
Ooh. Well, the first one absolutely hits.
That's fine.
Doing 8 plus 2, 10 damage. Not bad. The creature looks pretty hurt as suddenly this bombardment of fire, force, and bludgeoning and piercing just come at it. It looks to be slowly weakening.
Good. How weak does it look? Never mind. Never mind.
Looks...
I'm going to bonus action Second Wind, actually. And since when he's within, I just get full healing, so that's a total of 12 hit points.
Alright, so you heal up back from 12. Alright.
Alright. And...
Okay. So yeah, the troll, having taken fire, does not regenerate, and you can see he is a little bit panicked and concerned at the fire, and immediately begins to turn and try to grapple Rook. Because Rook is kind of in the way. So acrobatics or athletics from you. Alright. He just grabs onto you and just pulls you out with him.
Because with Protector I can do disadvantage on an attack. Can I disadvantage his grapple? As a reaction?
You can, but it is still the same one if you want.
Well, I blew my reaction.
Sadly. But yeah, so it does take Rook with him so he can get out of the fire and avoid this flame that is constantly assailing him, and then he just is retreating back with this kind of like fear and grabbing the Rook. You see him take the bird and go and try to put out the fire with the bird.
Fucking rude.
Yeah, look at these giant animals.
So it's you're still in the grapple, but it's just instead of its version of raking you, it's just going trying to do that to you. So its claw is going to be 23 to hit.
Hits.
And then a 25. Alright, the first one is 10 damage. Do you wish to reduce it?
Yeah, might as well.
Alright, so you take 5 for the first one as it, instead of it slashing, it's bludgeoning as he tries to get the flames to go away, and it's not working! He keeps using the bird to smother it, and you take 14 from the second one. Total of 19.
Sorry. He moved through the
Jesus,
flame,
hello.
so he has to take damage again.
Does he make a dex save again?
He would do if he moves through the fire.
I'm pretty sure he'd have to basically move through the fire to get out of the fire. But you get to roll that damage again.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, no, it rolled the save. It rolled 19 to keep out of the worst of the blaze.
It would take half. Roll big, 26.
There you go.
That is pretty big. So 13 fire damage, not bad. It is really hurt and doesn't like the fire. And with Rook kind of doing that and just kind of like doing the birdie pump, he can't fit through the door. He's just in this panic moment right now. He doesn't know what to do. Rook, it's your turn.
Okay. I'll take my rapier and jam it through the wrist of that's holding me right now.
Sure. Make a dex save for me, by the way, as you are now in the wall of fire.
Okay. Wow, what is with these little rolls?
Sadly, no.
13.
You take 13 fire, but halved again because you are resistant. So you take 6.
Okay. And I'll take that attack.
Sure.
25 to hit.
Oh, yes.
And it is in combat with the Lindra too.
It is.
So that is 26 points of piercing damage.
How do you want to do it?
Alright. So, I go ahead and jam the rapier through its wrist, and as I drop, I'll pull him down with me, pull out the rapier, and put it through his throat.
Alright, as you use your kind of own weight and his resistance, his like neglect, he just doesn't want to let go. You just take that to your advantage, pull him in, as you then begin to use your weapon to pierce, continually getting it into his body as he just slowly gets punctured and weakened as blood just spurts out and this flesh begins to melt and just disintegrate to ash as the fire begins to envelop it as you kind of bring it down towards the flames, the head kind of catching as the entire body just ignites like kindling. But yeah, it is no more, and you see no more creatures within the nearby vicinity.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move my way over here. Is this one of the doors again? Like the ones with the weird sigils on them?
No, it is just a plain wooden door, very similar to the one that you saw where they were eating in.
Before Rook goes over to the door, I'm going to drop Wall of Fire, and I'm going to run out the cage, panting, panicked, and heavy, slam the cage door shut, and then act very nonchalant about it.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, let's carry on.
I'll slip a dagger through and try to lift the latch that's blocking it from opening.
All right. You make a sleight of hand check as you try to jam this dagger into the wedge between the door and the frame.
Okay. Will be 18.
It gets in there, and you can see it just kind of wiggle a bit, but there's nothing for you to kind of like go up. It hits like a metal iron, so it's just like tick, 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 tick. It can't really do much to it.
Someone help me lift this.
Lick or lift?
Lift.
I guess I shall go over and I will assist Rook at lifting things.
Okay.
I'm just gonna try to lift the latch, see if it's a lift latch or not, essentially.
It is a lift latch, but you can see that there is a lock mechanism as well to it, and it is currently held fast at the moment. You don't know what's keeping it from opening.
Well, if there's a lock mechanism to it, I'll try to pick the lock first.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a Thieves' Tools check.
Okay. 21.
You twist and turn, and you hear that little satisfying ding, as the lock seems to have been unlocked.
Okay. And then it's time to try to lift it.
Alright, as you try to, the door is just... it's like... you can't push it open. You're just like, there's something stopping it. It's wedged closed from something on the other side. That it's just held fast.
Hollow bird bones, man.
I am going to take a step back, like a good distance, and be like, Smokey, would you mind moving out the way?
Okay, I think the door's over here, though.
I can't see. I have not got the visions to be able to seize.
Yeah, it's just up the stairs.
I mean, I'm using Produce Flame, so you have a firelight, if nothing else.
So,
It's in my
what I'm
hand.
going to do is take big old freight train, bring back a run, and just slam straight into it.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check to barrel past the door. Actually, do this with advantage. You are a large, mighty creature, and putting your weight through it would definitely be like a charging...
50.
Okay, 15, let's see.
Athletics would be better than that, though.
It would-
He's proficient at it.
Yeah, you rolled a
it
strength
would-
save on accident.
It would be athletics, I'd say, yeah, not strength. Yeah, you would have that.
Okay, so athletics with advantage.
Yeah.
17.
Okay, 17,
17.
Alright, you ram inside, and you kind of feel the door give, but then there's this sudden, like, kind of pushback, kind of keeping you from going through. There's a stronger kind of, like, resistance to it. There's something there that's just kind of, like, pushing it back. But you did puncture it through. It kind of went, like, it was like that weird version of Tug of War at the door. It's like it opens a bit, but then it was pushed back hard to try and stop it from being open fully.
Fine, then I'm going to go Jack Nicholson on this thing and start hacking my way through the door.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, Rook is doing his best to clean the monster guts off of the corner.
Yeah. Go ahead and make your attack as you... that hits, and go ahead and roll for your damage with the additional fire, because you just imbue your mace with this radiant flame as it starts to put embers into the door, igniting it. Alright. It starts to break apart, and you can start to see inside a little bit as your light from the mace is just kind of illuminating the hole. You can see the barbarian figure there on the other side, eyes wide with panic, trying to keep the door from breaking down. He's just holding it, trying his best to keep it closed, but you're just continually wailing at it. Go ahead and roll another attack.
Okay, before that happens, I put my snout in through the gap of the door and just exhale some steam like a velociraptor and then back to
Yeah. Here's Varky. So,
Clever girl.
yeah. And you roll your
First
fire.
velociraptor.
Yeah, first Velociraptor, go. Fire damage on top. Alright, so that is 16 plus your original 10. All right,
26.
26. The door is nearly broken through. You feel like, I mean, it's just like mostly a hole right now. It's just enough of a hindrance to block your frame, and the barbarian has stopped trying to protect it at this point. There's not much for him to keep at bay. He just immediately retreats to the back end of the room as you see him kind of getting some distance and waiting for you. And as you do, you see a crazed figure, one eye bigger than the other, this kind of broken, singed, burned, like, lip scar up his side as he just looks at you and goes, yeah, and you just see him shoot out a spell towards you as you are now within sight of him coming inside. You suddenly see crazed, horrible visages of what looks to be like these torturous demons, these red entities of dark kind of ichor and matter, almost like the Mephits or like imps and demons just swirling around and going about and filling the room and going towards you, as you will be like kind of right up in the room at this point, right at the door when you're doing that. So you see these come in. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Okay, cleric, this is your best one. Don't fail. 26.
Nice.
All right. You only take half the damage
God,
as this necrotic energy comes around you with these demonic guardians coming at you and wailing across your body. This is a spell you're familiar with. You use it with tiny gold whelpling dragons. This is with something more evil in nature.
Spirit Guardians?
This is a Spirit Guardians.
Motherfucker.
And it is 3d8. There we go. I just couldn't remember. Alright. So it rolls. You only take half of 20, so you take 10 of this necrotic damage that is just searing and just burning across your psyche.
Psyche. First Velociraptor.
Yeah.
Second Velociraptor. Third Velociraptor. Third Velociraptor.
But yeah, you do. He's just letting these off, trying to keep you at bay from getting into the room. They're just swirling around you, trying to stop you from getting in.
Well, wait, are we in combat or are we not in combat?
You weren't in combat until you started to break down the door. So roll initiative again.
Alright.
Oh, good.
Party.
My God, I go first out of everyone in our group. This
All
is
right.
something.
I mean, you're doing pretty good. Alright, and that's that one, and... okay. Alright. I just need to move him down a little bit, because I can't see his add turn. Alright, that's... 18 and... 8... Alright. Top of the round, we start, of course, with the guy who just let off the spell.
Yeah.
And as you are now coming into the door, he's starting to just throw magic left and right, just trying to keep you out, to stop you from coming anywhere closer to him. And you see him bring out, with his bonus action, what appears to be an elongated form of red energy, a sickly-looking instrument of torturous design, and it just comes right at you and tries to rake at you, clawing at your eyes, your nose, your nostrils, just trying to do any form of pain, any damage it can do to make you feel the worst you could possibly ever feel. So it's going to make an attack at you. This is going to be a 19.
19 misses.
Alright, the armor is being useful to you right now, keeping it at bay as you raise your shield and keep it out of reach, no longer able to puncture and pierce you, but you do have yourself still within the aura of the Spirit Guardians, which I believe it's when you end your turn there, so it's your turn to start now.
Okay, well then I'm going to cast the spell Magique on the Git face, who's
Ooh.
copying my spell.
Alright, yeah, Dispel Magic at 3rd level immediately just completely
And I just
negates
go,
it.
GT motherfucker.
They just turn to nothing. The
And
magical
then
energy holding gets going.
Then I shall enter the room, post haste, and make some room. Yeah, right here. And then I will bonus action healing. No, actually, no, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Alright.
And I'll use my free action to go, found someone freaky who tried to hurt me. Didn't work.
Alright.
Thanks, Markesh.
Valindra, it's your turn.
Valindra.
Valindra, it's your turn.
Marcus is the master of the
Rook.
obvious.
Oh, it's Rook's turn.
Rook's turn. I'm sorry. Rook. Rookity rook. Rook.
All right. Those 15 feet of movements put me here. Go on a step here, and then, well, instead of going that way, I'll go up. Then next to Markesh right here, and stab at the fellow who's casting magic.
Okay.
Be a 16 to hit.
Ooh, that hits.
Nice! For a total of 27 points of piercing damage.
Okay. You just shoot it in, and he's just like moved back as suddenly this terrible puncturing wound goes right into him, causing him to kind of like he doesn't like the pain, and he just seems to be kind of panicking a little bit, but he looks really hurt.
And I'll use my offhand hand crossbow.
Okay. Oh no!
Nope, not that one.
Oh no, that's a multi-fail there. I mean, you just like try to go up at it, but his scream is just kind of enough for you to kind of go, oh shit, and just the little wince moment. It's like, god damn it, you wasted the shot.
Rook, let's keep this one alive.
Valindra, it's your turn.
I'll meander my way over. Ooh, sorry.
Meander over? We don't know.
I'll just plop myself right here. Which one's the freaky looking dude?
He's the one that's right in front of Rook. That's the one with like the torn lip with teeth exposed.
Okay. I will move Hex to him. And I'll start Eldritch Blast in his butt.
Okay.
Boop.
Ooh.
16?
Yeah,
24?
That hits.
Both of them?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
so that's
18.
10 and 8 plus 6 and 2. So 18 plus
All right.
that's
As you come in,
20.
he's just in this pain moment. As he turns and sees you, you just with your fury, boom, boom, shoot out these two blasts that go right towards him, and he just goes and falls limp on the stone floor.
I didn't think he would die that easily. My bad, y'all.
Well, he had 1 hit point left from Rook, so yes.
Oh.
The fucking life. Just needed to hit him.
Well, then could I have redirected my second one to the...
Yes, you could have redirected your second one
Okay.
to the other one.
So the barbarian gets 10
Okay.
force damage.
Yeah, he gets the 10.
Wait, forced you
Oh, yeah, sorry. He just gets the 6 necrotic. Or, sorry, 6...
8
Ooh,
Force. He gets the 8
8
force.
force!
We got there.
Force is not with you.
Oh my god.
We got there.
Or is it?
All right. Okay. Smokey, it's your turn.
Smokey is going to hightail it in the room for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. That's just really messy. Fire! And do produce flames at the barbarian.
All right, go ahead.
That's a 24.
Oh, yes.
Finally
Oh,
hit
yes.
with a damn cantrip.
All right.
8 damage.
How do you want to do
You hit
this?
with shocking grasp twice.
How do you want to do it?
So, Smokey just looks around, sees like one dead body on the floor, and it's just like, and he's gonna do like a wind up like pitcher thing, and then just like, and just throw it curveball right in the thing, in the side of the face.
No fear withholding the fire hairball. You just get it, and just like the best pro pitcher, you fling it, and it curves a little bit as it spirals, and you see it rotate, and then smack into the guy as his head just goes and burns to the point that it actually goes all the way through, and you can see that as he turns, his skull is becoming ash and slowly disintegrating away as it leaves a very nasty open wound before he kind of does this and can't hold himself straight as he then falls backwards. Dead.
I'm
So where are we?
going to roll the golemish-looking creature onto his back, place a foot on top of his body, and then cast Healing Word at level 1.
Which one?
The golem, no lips,
It's
whatever.
Castor.
Oh, him. Okay.
Pin him under my foot.
Let me just
And
double check real quick. I'm pretty sure he would still be okay. Yeah.
He would be. It'd be easily within a minute.
Oh yeah, but he wasn't. He's not casting Revivify or anything. But I was making sure he didn't death save himself to death. Kind of thing.
Death saved himself to death.
Yeah. But yeah, so Varkesh immediately goes towards keeping this certain individual from going to the great beyond. As you then look around the room, you can see you're in what appears to be a very nice bedchamber of sorts. You can see what appears to be where they were at in the corner. There's like a slight stone arc table there that looks to have pieces of parchment, quills, inks, all scattered around, bits of what looks to be these weird broken sigils and runes, these arcane marks that have been made to try and make some sort of spell or some kind of crafting of magical energy. It's hard to know exactly what. You can see the bed itself. It's nicer than all the rest. It's still, pretty commonplace and made, but it's the best room you've ever seen in the whole place. And you can see a desk just to the left, again, littered with pieces of paper and books, and a chest just to the back where the actual bed frame is. And Varkesh, you bring this broken creature back to life as this humanoid just kind of breathes in a little bit. He's kind of still on that unconscious stage, just kind of breathing, taking in this reprieve from death.
I'd like to grab my dagger and jam it through one of his fingers.
Poor guy.
Okay.
Wake him up real quick.
Go ahead and roll an attack and damage.
Okay, 23 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna elect to not take sneak attack on.
Oh, that's fine. It's still he's still unconscious, and it counts as a crit. So you do 12 damage. The shock
Non-lethal.
of cutting the finger. Non-lethal. Then it still passes him out. Then he just completely from the moment was at this dreary in between stage. Now he's just the shock blacks him out.
Rook, go stand in the corner over there. Go.
Rook turns to Smokey and just glares.
Oh my god.
As the continued game of cat and bird goes on.
He'll yank the dagger out, step past Varkesh, flip the dagger forward, and hold it under Smokey's throat. Do not give me orders.
I pick Rook up by the scruff and go, "Can I give you orders?"
Can we all just
Get along.
Just chill. Okay? Varkesh, put Rook down. Rook, I'm gonna go investigate the other room. Do you want to help me go look for stuff? Please, I could really use your expertise.
Yep, he wordlessly walks out.
For the rest of the viewers, they can tell, but for the players, this is the time when the hourglass is taken from the table.
Okay.
Okay.
Out of it, I have no idea.
I'm sure you think it's a relief, but either way.
Great, because that's clearly not ominous at all, and the fact that we fucked up. Great.
And I guess Rook and I will leave to go investigate the room. I don't know which one you want to do first, the room investigation or them, so.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to AJ.
I mean, what do you want to do? You tell me. You do wish to investigate the room or the what?
Yeah, we wanted to investigate the room, and I just want to give him advantage because I can't investigate for shit.
Well, he has
I already have
advantage with his
advantage.
steady eye, so I mean, sure.
Oh, well then sure, I'll just go ahead and throw an investigation out there for fun.
All right, so you all kind of look.
Oh, not intimidation.
I'll intimidate him.
Well, all right.
Where's the information?
So you definitely look around the room, seeing if there's anything of importance. You do notice that there is a table. Tortured instruments are just right there, all across, bloodied and rusted. You can see what appears to be just a mismatch of limbs and these broken body parts that have been like slapped onto hooks and kind of kept out of the way to be used for something you don't know. You see jars that house organs that are kept in this weird liquid. The entire room is a horror like scene. It's just nothing but grotesque decay and dismemberment. It's kind of really retching to look at everything and kind of slowly look around. The nature as to what was happening in this room, it's kind of a little bit beyond you. You can try to piece out the actual scene if you want, but that's what you can see. Same with you, Rook. You notice that. Rook, I'll give you an advantage to being able to Sherlock Holmes lay out the room. Valindra, you can just do this flat intelligence.
Okay.
Bless her heart, she's not very bright.
All right.
There we go.
Okay. Valindra's got that moment of like, ew, 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 ew. Just everything is
Try
ew.
not to fall.
Yeah.
I'm more just like watching Rook. I'm not looking at the room.
Yeah. As Rook goes through and he does this little words of picking things up, looking at things closely, and you're just kind of like going, ugh. And then he kind of like does a little version of finger, and just kind of wrenching you out. But no, you assume, Rook, from your piecing together the puzzle, that what looks to be the nature of this room, it looks to have been a very odd kind of experimenting kind of chamber where they would take pieces of different creatures and somehow infuse them or remove from them either their essence or their nature or their natural kind of form, and try to infuse it into others or to enhance them somehow. It looks to be like it's just been a continual motion of studying not only the anatomy and the magical nature of different creatures, but also trying to improve upon them or embed them into other forms. You notice that as you also investigate and look around, inside the cells and around the room, you can see the remnants of cloth and shirts and all these different pieces of clothing, and you recognize that some of them belong to the refugees that were being taken away in the cart. The best guess that you can surmise is either these people were fed to the creatures, were experimented on by using these creatures' shapes or abilities to try and infuse the refugees, or these were once people that have been somehow broken, disassembled, and reassembled.
Well, Valindra, this was no torture chamber. It was an experimentation room. That troll-like abomination from earlier is likely a result of it. We can't hear you.
Ah! Can you hear me
There it
now?
goes. Yes.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. He didn't look entirely natural. And the female giant did say that they were experimenting with creatures. So, I mean, I guess I'm not too surprised.
Actually, come here. You might want to see this, he says as he's standing next to the, like, weird, ashy, kind of gross remains of the troll.
Trusting Rook completely, I go over.
He definitely tries to trip her into it.
No. Well, make a dexterity attack. This is an improvised trip attack. And then a dexterity saving throw from Valindra, depending on the DC of how well he performs.
Ooh.
I'm pretty darn
I
sure
think
she
she's fine.
succeeds on that.
Yep, it's not a nat 20.
Yeah,
so.
no, yeah. You see, he tries to trip you up, but just like a graceful dancer, you get that moment where he kind of hits your foot, but you just let it go right by you, and you don't let it doesn't stop your step, and you just kind of look at him. Really?
Rook, what is going on with you? I mean, seriously. Putting a dagger at Smokey's throat and trying to trip me into ash. Just...
You spat at me in gore, and he presumes to be my master.
Okay, he wasn't
I will not
trying...
stand for it.
That's fine, you know? He was not trying to be your master. He was only trying to get you away because the guy seemed to be in a very fragile condition, and you have very high skills with a dagger. I was trying to help. I'm sorry that Gore got on you. I can't maneuver myself between you and a target. But there's nothing I can do about that.
Rook thinks a moment. Briefly looks a little bit chastised. Then just kind of... and just kind of walks and sits down in the corner for the moment.
I'll go sit next to him. I mean, I know that this may not come naturally to you because you seem to feel... you have an air of pride about you that I don't think I've seen in a lot of people, but I do think you should probably apologize to Smokey. He was only trying to help. He wasn't trying to order you. It's part of being part of a group. We offer different pieces of advice. Sometimes they come across as, orders or wrong in stressful situations like what we're experiencing right now. But
yes, because telling me to sit in this corner like a child is somehow respectful and reasonable.
Granted, he could have phrased it better, but I think you do understand he was only trying to help. The entire situation. He didn't mean it against you personally.
I admit the dagger was a bit much. It was just at hand.
Okay.
I will apologize for that, but the sentiment remains.
That's fine. That's fine. I will. That's all.
As that is happening, Varkesh and Smokey, are you doing something in that room?
Thing to wake up so I could question him.
Okay, well, if you heal him again, you could revitalize him, or you can do a medicine check, whichever one you want to do.
Well, I want to try and save spell slots at the moment. I will do a medicine check.
Alright, so you go and try to just, stop the wounds, get him to be stabilized, so that he's...
20.
Okay, he is stabilized. He is completely out of danger, and you use this moment to kind of give him 1 extra hit point back. Enough to allow him to come back to consciousness as he's kind of like in this dreary moment of just looking up, breathing in a very weird wheezing motion as he's just like... But yeah, he's alive.
Hello there. How are you?
His head's lolling a little bit, but eventually his eyes lock onto you and he just goes... Hurts.
Yes, it would. I am standing on your gut. And I do weigh about nearly 700 pounds. But that's besides the point. Where's my brother? The magic-casting Goliath-looking individual.
He kind of squints his eyes and kind of looks very confused at that. He just goes... Who? Brother?
Yes, he doesn't look like me, but apparently he's the son of the thing, the giantess, chained up outside.
You see him just kind of go... Son? He just keeps laughing for a moment, just going... He's not her son.
Wait. She said that he is the unwanted offspring of her from my father. So that technically makes him like... This is rather confusing. What do you mean?
Make a history check on that one.
Let's see.
That was not the word she used. You know that the word that she used in Giant, you could try to translate it as offspring, but she said spawn.
Laboratory test tube, baby.
Oh God.
So, tell me what you know, please, and say it coherently with no mishmashing of words, so that later in future when I have a flashback of memory, nothing is confusing.
Do you wish to play this nicely, or are you trying to be threatening?
I'm being nice.
Make a persuasion check.
Varkish is a nice guy.
I mean, you have stabilized him and you haven't killed him yet, so you're trying to coax
Well,
that.
I will actually. I will follow up with this on top. I will say to him, my friends, actually, as a matter of fact, had killed you. I brought you back. Yes, I'm standing on you right about now, and I could squish you like a rotten tomato. But if you tell me everything truthfully, I promise you can leave unharmed. So long as you deliver messages and let that fucker know that I'm coming for him.
Yeah, persuasion or intimidation, whichever one you prefer.
I will do persuasion.
All right.
5. What?
So,
Okay, so you try to do that, and he's just looking at you as if, like, he doesn't believe you. You can't stop it. He'll come for me anyways. He'll be here any minute now.
Who?
He just smiles at you with that weird broken... But then that one, he's not going to answer all your questions, sadly.
Well, you can either tell me now, and you can live and try and preserve your own life, regardless if he comes for you or not, or you can stay here and die. Either way, it's totally fine.
Valindra, what's your passive perception again?
My passive perception?
Yep.
Oh no. 11.
Okay. It's not terrible.
Wait, is passive perception 10 plus your perception plus your
it's just 10 plus
It's
perception,
just 10 plus your perception.
whatever perception score is. If you're proficient in it, then yes, it would be.
Yeah, 11.
Okay. Rook, what's yours?
20.
20. All right.
1,000.
All right, so Rook, you would hear this before. As Varkesh is kind of in the middle of this, Valindra, you just hear mostly Varkesh talking to this broken individual. You do hear what appears to be a grating noise of stone, similar to when a door opens, Rook. And then you just hear little footfalls of in the hallway.
Shh, someone's coming. And I'll pretty much just take up post right next to the door, trying to do it stealthily, and ready to appear to attack anything that comes around the corner.
Okay.
I will do the same. And I want to look through Winnie's eyes, because he's still back there. I want to look through Winnie's eyes and see if I can see who is coming.
Make a perception check for Winnie.
Oh, come on, little buddy, you got this. Come on, little guy. No, he doesn't.
Winnie is just staying low. He's tucked in a barrel, just kind of like, I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm just safe in here. Not gonna do anything. Just staying safe.
Oh, that's so cute. I'm not even mad.
So make a stealth check, both of you. Valindra,
I did it.
Disadvantage, yeah.
yeah.
Did.
Okay.
12.
So Valindra, as you move across to get to that hallway, you suddenly feel that as you do that, something surges next to you as you feel the sudden kindling of magic going right by you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Oh no.
Okay, that's not a nope. So you're definitely gonna take that one. Okay. All right, you see this spark of energy, this lightning bolt coming from the staircase, and it zaps you and crosses you across the armor. And you kind of get that seizure moment before you get to the other side of the wall. Varkesh, he's laughing, and you suddenly hear this lightning sound behind you. I need you all to roll for initiative.
Oh, just before that happens, I'll just step on his head and pop him.
Okay, if you roll a higher dex than him, I'll say you could do that. Because
Okay.
otherwise he'll just try to struggle and get away from you.
Righto. That's fair. Let's see.
Well, it rolled a natural 1, so by all means,
21.
okay, yeah.
By my head!
Yeah, no, that does it. That absolutely does it.
Thank you for your help. Squish.
I need to That's for Hex concentration, by the way, because I was still trying to hold it that entire time.
Okay, then yeah, totally, you've got it.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So, top of the round, we have Varkesh. As you quickly squish that head.
Yeah. The little guy. And upon hearing the lightning strike, I will attempt to peer around the corner. I will ask Smokey to lightly move aside so I don't stand right in the middle of the corridor. But still, I will just more or less poke my head around the corner and see what I can see.
You see Rook Valindra just kind of standing there. Valindra's holding herself kind of like zapped and hurt. As you can see this little smoke coming off of her.
Okay, then I will progress forward to about here.
Mm-hmm.
And I will use my free action to go, what was that?
All right.
Oh, just our good friend.
Smokey, it's your turn.
And I will hold my action.
Okay, what are you holding?
I will hold Sacred Flame.
Okie dokes.
Oki will poke his head around the corner. Come around a little bit. Can't see Valindra. Oh, there's Valindra. Okay. And just, he doesn't really have anything that I want to prepare unless... That's all I'm going to do this turn.
Okay.
I'm just going to lie and wait.
All right.
Oh, sorry, Andrew. Take back my held action. I know I should not do this because once I've dedicated, I dedicate. But I will actually instead cast Beacon of Hope on everyone, seeing as they're in range. For the first time.
All right, sure. Everyone gets the Beacon of Hope. You have advantage on Wisdom saving throws and full heals for anything that comes to heal you. Now, Smokey, you get to there and you hold your action for...
I'm not even holding an action. I'm just waiting to see what happens.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I'll hold a produce flame.
Sure.
That's
Rook, it's your turn.
Okay. As a rogue, am I able to bonus action drink a potion?
No, you're not a thief.
I don't have the thief thing. Alright. Yeah, I'll just bonus action hide and main action ready and attack for the first enemy target to come in.
Okay, go ahead and roll your stealth check with advantage.
Okay. It'll be 27.
Okay. You think you're pretty darn sneaky. Yeah. Valindra.
Going to bonus action move Hex to the bastard that zapped me.
Okay, so you peek your head around the corner.
Yes.
Okay, so you peek your head and you see the very familiar, tall, slate gray skinned individual looking at you, his fingers still pointing that direction where the lightning blast went to.
Hey. Bonus action Hex.
Okay.
Again.
Stop.
Since I'm already peeking around the corner, I'll fire twice.
Okay.
Boop. Boop. Well, I don't think either of those hit, so...
They do
That's
not.
my turn.
They do not, sadly. I mean, you try, but they just go wide as you kind of peek around and go, "Hup," and just shoot them out. They just hit nothing.
Well, we're back to Valindra normal.
I sure am glad I got all of those like 27s and 28s out of the way earlier tonight, because what a pain it would be to roll them now.
Okay. So you see once more a very familiar change in pressure as suddenly Valindra, from where you've been standing and right near Rook, he focuses it right here. You all do get encased in this.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He's doing it right there so he can get up to the stairs to see people. So, a ring of force...
Hold on. I think it's a 10-foot total circle. I don't think it's a 10-foot radius.
Let's
Check
see.
the spell.
I
think it's diameter.
Let's see. Let's just check real quick. Hemispherical dome of up to 10 feet, or you can shape a flat surface made up of 10 foot panels. Oh, actually, you know, so no, he actually can make panels. No, he's going to panel up the corridor. So you guys are fine. You're not in a dome, but he does put up a wall right there, blocking the corridor. As you see him walk up towards and looks across, analyzing each of you and looking at the scene. That's his turn.
Bitch. I hate this guy. Fucking hate this guy. Ugh.
It's your turn, Barkesh.
Oh shit, is it? Sorry, I'm totally mind wiped there for a quick second. Okay, with Beacon of Hope's perspective, I will, upon seeing this guy, walk to the other side of this wall of force and look at him and just glare at him right back.
All right. It is a blank glare at each of you. Just glare.
And then I'll use my free action to say, "Are you by chance my brother? Because if you are, I'm actually here to kill you." And then I will then use my action to cure wounds myself.
Okay.
And level 2, which
All
will
right.
be maxed.
It will be maxed.
20s.
Yeah, you heal yourself for 20. Smokey.
This is gonna legit. That's 20. There we go. Lovely job.
So he kind of sees, because he's taller than pretty much everyone. He's not feeling great about this. He's gonna. He doesn't know what to do. He looks behind him and sees the popped head corpse. Doesn't want to go back in there. He's gonna come around to in this corner over here, and he'll hold his cantrip fire if something happens. But that's all he's gonna do. Actually, no. He's gonna come over here, and he's gonna say, "Okay, you two are brothers. Why don't you get along? Why don't you talk this out?"
Oh my god, Smokey!
So cute.
All right. Rook. It's your turn.
I love Smokey so much.
He's-
Feeling reasonably certain that I haven't been seen, I'll just go ahead and continue holding my action to take a stab at him if he lowers that force shield.
Okay. Yeah.
That'll be it. End turn.
All right. Valindra, it's your turn.
I will just mutter to Varkesh in... Yeah, I'm just going to mutter to Varkesh, just say the word, and hope that he remembers that I plan to dimension doors for this exact situation. Because I do still have my staff spell.
Okay. So
And
that's all. All right.
I'll hold my turn. I'll hold my action to cast Dimension Door in case Varkesh says do it.
Oh, okay.
The spell
All
will
right.
be used either way.
The spell will be used.
Oh. Well, then never mind.
Okay.
I'll just wait.
Okay. All right. So he's just looking at all of you doing what you've done. He doesn't like any of this. And yeah, let me just double check on this one.
Does he see me?
He sees. Well, I mean, he might not necessarily see you hiding in the corner, but he does put his hand with silence, and he just pretty much looks at you, Varkesh, and goes, "Don't make me laugh," as he shoots out a cone of cold at all of you.
Does that mean the wall is dropped?
The wall is there.
Motherfucker.
It is
wouldn't work.
only physical that is stopping things. You were
Wait,
able to
so you
cast
can
spells.
cast spells
You
through
were
it?
able to cast spells through the walls before.
No?
They were out of range
Oh.
for when you tried to shoot things, but you were able
He
to
was
put.
within 120 feet.
He was out of your range for you to fire spells, so you guys didn't even bother trying.
No, I thought we. Okay.
You shot Winnie through the wall.
Okay.
Well, that was a teleportation thing, we thought.
Magic could go through it. The only reason why you hadn't done it before was because Smokey was very far away when the first wall went on him, so he wasn't within range to do anything helpful at that point. So magic didn't really do anything for you. When it came to Varkesh and the rest of you trapped in there, you weren't within range to fire off a spell at anyone.
I mean, it's a blast of cold air. Cold air is a physical thing.
Well, it's magic. It's not physical. It stops attacks from going through.
Constitution saving.
It is a Constitution saving throw from all of you, actually. Yes.
Great.
Okay, Rook, you're fine. You pass it. Oh no, Valindra, no. Oh, Varkesh, no either. All right.
No, I have. Well, Warcaster, please. Thank you
No.
very much.
This is not a concentration check. This is to resist the cold itself, the chill,
Oh,
the bone-biting, frigid hair. All right, it is
I hate this
45
guy.
of cold damage. Rook, you take half,
Good damage.
but everyone else takes the full. You take 22. Everyone else takes 45 points of cold damage.
Hex drops, and I am unconscious.
Okay. Varkesh.
I do still have evasion going too, actually. Well, never mind. That's
It is not a dex
never mind.
save, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I caught myself. We're good.
So who's all of a sudden just dropped like a popsicle?
Valindra.
And,
Okay, I am going to scoop Valindra up, take her over to the side,
Okay,
out of the line of sight,
right.
put her right in this corner, right here. Would picking her up be in action?
She's unconscious, and you are able to really move things quite easily. I would say it's very simple to just kind of bend down and pick her up in a way to move her into that direction.
Alrightio. And then I will cast Cure Wounds at level 2, which would be maximum, so that's 20 HP.
All right. But make your Constitution saving throw for your spell.
Indeed. Oh my god.
That is a 22 to hit, to save. You have advantage.
What?
It is half the damage. Okay, now sadly your beacon of hope has faltered, but you still can cast the Cure Wounds and just roll for the normal.
And Winnie is in with 100 feet of me.
It is at full anyways, so it is still 20.
Yay! Thank God for that little barrel rat. Jesus.
Actually, Valindra,
no.
do you have that thing when you drop to 0 hit points, being a undead patron?
It's for like a death save.
Ah, a death save. Okay.
Yeah, first time I make a death save is whenever it happens.
All right. Well, you don't have to worry about that. So yeah.
Yeah.
So she still gets the max 20
Yes, she
from
does.
my level 2. Thank fuck for that.
Okay. Smokey.
Cat just fur just like frozen backwards. Okay.
To Valindra.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to try and cast Stinking Cloud right behind him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can absolutely do that.
Okay. Does he counter it?
He does not.
Okay. Stinking Cloud. And I'm walking, limping over here because I'm not doing good.
Smokey!
Okay.
Walk it off, son. Walk it off.
So yeah, he's in a cloud, and he's just suddenly looking around as it just pops to him.
And he's blind.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay. Go to Rook.
It's Rook's turn.
It is Rook's turn, yeah.
Alright, so I'll move 5 feet that way and drink one of my potions.
All right.
2d8 plus 2. Plus
It's plus 4.
Plus 2d4 plus 2. I bet. 6. Regain 6 HP.
All right.
And then turn.
Okay. Valindra.
Okay. Well, I'm pissed. So I'm gonna move this way. And I'm going to cast Vampiric Touch. Please tell me 17 hits.
What are you attacking?
I'm attacking the spellcaster. It is with my staff, if that makes any kind of difference.
Well, it is a touch-based spell, so you have to touch the target.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Is it
basically you
now?
infuse your hand and you hold a
Oh,
concentration.
look at that!
Yeah, so do you want to rethink that one?
Sure enough, it is. Well, I'll just Eldritch Blast him.
All right. Both hit.
Hey!
Ooh,
And I don't get hit.
16.
16.
Nice. As he just stands there, overconfident, as you all just immediately retreat and do your own quick replay. He was not really expecting you to resist. He was just expecting you to falter and die, but you quickly rebounded. His
And
turn.
then I will move back here to where he hopefully can't see me too well.
Okay,
He needs to make 2 con saves as well.
he does. So, well, yeah, first for the holding of the spell. So,
Well, no, there'd be 2 for the holding of spell because it's 2 separate hits.
yeah, exactly. But no. The first one, as the first blast goes through it, the wall evaporates.
Ah!
Well done. Valindra.
Smoke's gonna kind of come through a little bit there.
The smoke is going to come through. And so suddenly the smoke cloud that was there, I mean, it's going pretty much right here. So yeah, Valindra and Rook, you are now in the cloud of stink.
Sweet!
But yeah, so he makes a Constitution saving throw from the horrible stench. He rolls a 20. So it doesn't phase him one bit. And he walks through and out of it, looking around at everyone. He does see no body here. And he sees you, Smokey,
Me?
and you seem to be in the way.
No!
The way of what?
And so he does go for you to try and get you out of the way. He's going to just shoot.
How would he see Smokey? There's a wall there.
He walked through the wall.
I can't see him at all.
I can't even see Smokey. Where is he?
Oh, sorry. He would walk here and see Smokey.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, but he walks. He's heading towards the stairs, the room that you were in. He looks to be going in that direction. He sees Smokey is blocking the way, and so just to kind of keep you from doing anything, he just flicks a firebolt at you. So
I could survive.
let's see if it hits. 14.
No.
All right.
Ah!
So the first one, he just shoots it at you, but you just like get out of the way. It doesn't hurt. He's just kind of irritated at that. Just takes one step forward, but as he takes his step, he just disappears.
I'm gonna counterspell.
Oh, all right. Yeah. As you see him try to, he doesn't misty step into the room. He just stands there and just looks around, confused.
And I am all out of spells.
It's Varkesh's turn. I mean, sure, yeah.
I really want to get this guy's attention, so what I'm going to do is action. I am going to animate objects. I'm going to animate all my daggers, and then bonus action, order them to attack Baldy McBalderston over there.
All right. So yeah, okay. So you will basically just take your own weapons. You just have them kind of like stringed along to just throw them off to get quick, easy like dislodgement. So they just go to the ground, and then you use your action to animate them up as you.
Wait,
then
that's
you,
fabrication. I don't know why I pressed that. Oops.
Yeah, but you use your action to animate them up as the 10 daggers start to float in the air.
And then bonus action.
And then your bonus
attack.
action command, they all shoot straight to the creature, well, the wizard, and you just shoot them out. Go ahead and make 10 attacks, which I believe are 1d20 plus 8?
1d20 Yeah, 1d20 plus 8 to hit.
Are they?
I believe they're plus 8 to hit, yeah. They're
Oh,
plus
indeed.
4 in damage and plus 8 to hit.
I hate this guy.
I hope my daggers rape the shit out of him.
These things are nasty.
Oh, there's a 20 in there. I like that.
But the lowest is a 15.
Ooh. Well, he will throw up a shield as his reaction. He's been trying to save his reactions for keeping himself in defense as opposed to countering spells. But, yeah, that's not going to be enough to save him for most of them. His AC is going to be...
Die!
Hold on, I need to calculate his AC real quick.
Yeah, what's the AC?
Alright, okay, so... Okay, so he's 20 for his AC, so
Okay.
anything
1, 2,
that's 12 and
3,
above will hit. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
5
6.
hits and 1 crit.
6 hit, 1 crits, so that's 6, but then that turns into 7d4
Plus 24.
Plus 24, yeah.
74 plus 24.
Yep, 7d4 plus 24. Ooh. Ooh, that's nasty. Ooh, that's real nasty.
That's fucking brutal.
Okay. Alright, let's see what you do.
41.
41. Ouch. Okay, that out of nowhere he was not expecting, and he just gets completely stabbed as these daggers just come right at him, not
No, the
holding
other
back.
do. Die, Baldy. Die.
Wow. Yeah, that hurts. Oh,
That's
holy
some
crap.
hefty damage, boys.
And obviously need a... Just to put, like, one token light of the dagger out, just to represent the 10.
Oh no, they're everywhere. They're around him. They
Fair
literally
enough.
swarm and surround him, so he has no way to easily get out of them, in a sense. So it's like they are everywhere. He is encompassed.
Sword Damocles. More like the dagger's a bitch killing.
Smokey, it's your turn.
Okay, so just haven't been shot fire at again for what seems like the umpteenth time today. Smokey is going to start prowling forward, and he's going to look to the side of this mage and try and make eye contact with Rook, give him a little nod, and he's going to get up right into melee with this guy, and he's going to cast Blight on him.
Okay.
Could he?
Okay, for the win.
Oh, alright. It's just a
Wait. I don't think he can, because if my daggers all surrounding him, that's 10 individual...
They are
Daggers
technically...
are tiny objects.
Yeah,
He
he would
can
still be
space.
5 feet back, but a blight is arranged. I know it's a 30-foot like
It's
AC.
deep.
Yeah, so you don't have to be within 5 feet to get him. So
I'm trying to do it for Rook is the thing.
okay.
Tiny objects wouldn't impede his movement anyway.
But they are
He's
actually
at least 2 sizes larger.
well, yeah, but they block the space, so he couldn't occupy it. In other words,
Alright.
because they are creatures, they are considered constructs, and they are tiny creatures. So very similar to like fairies and things like that. When they exist, they occupy the area.
Okay.
So I mean, I think you can enter the area, but I don't know if you can stop in the area.
Stay.
Yeah.
We can't... I don't know if we can occupy the same space. But then again, we have
Yeah.
Winnie on like people's heads and stuff.
Yeah, but he's an object that can be carried, because if you can carry something similar to, like, teleport and dimension door, you can teleport
Okay.
something that you're able to lift and hold.
Yeah, you're right. Movement through the space is allowed, but not stopping it.
Yeah. So, but, I mean, if you wanted to
and
do
that's
that
what
as
I
you
would-
cast the spell and move back, you can.
Yeah, I'm still gonna dance around the daggers, and I'm just gonna just put a hand right on his chest as I unleash Blight.
Okay. He makes a con saving. Nope. He rolled a 5. Ooh, 32. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, he looks pretty hurt at that as you
Die, you bastard.
touch the necrotic energy into him.
And then I will just roll away through the daggers. We'll say I can't be anywhere near him, so I'm actually gonna stay on the stairs because that's where he wanted to go.
Yeah, alright, yeah, you stop the... Alright.
He has no reaction.
He does
Yeah.
not. He is still shielding himself. Rook.
Alright, to my knowledge, he still doesn't know where I am as of this moment, so I'm just going to go ahead and grab my hand crossbow and take a shot at it.
Okay.
Let's do that with a poison chip bolt, too. Just I don't think it'll do with it. Let's okay.
Okay.
And crossbow, 16 to hit.
That misses
But
sadly.
it
He
will
still
miss
has
because
his
he has
20
shield.
armor on, yeah.
Motherfucker. Alright, offense as well.
Alright. And
Still
no,
misses.
sadly, they just ding ding flings off to the side.
End turn.
Valindra.
Everything.
Gonna Eldritch Blast him.
Alright.
Come on.
LD Blast.
We can't let him have another turn, guys.
Blaster, as you do. Ooh, that just
Okay.
hits. Just hits.
Okay.
Oh yes, that absolutely hits. Natural 20. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay,
oh
so
my
the first one was
God.
2, and
First
you
one.
moved your hex to him, correct?
No, I went unconscious, so my
Oh
hex is
damn it!
no longer
Oh damn it! Okay. All right.
Okay,
All right.
It's
All right.
still
So that's
15 points.
15 damage. Okay, 15. 15's good. It's very good. You just.
And I am actually going to action surge
Ooh.
and blast him again.
All right. Okay.
Damn it!
Well, yes. Yes. Okay.
Come on, Kayla.
Another 10. Still 25.
Another 10. 25. Okay. You take your energy. You release the first blast and the second blast, both of which breaking through the shield, shattering it as he just kind of stands there, breathing for a moment, looking up. As your second blast comes in, it misses wide, the shield barely coming up. Before it can reassemble, you break into a hole. How do you want to do this?
Oh my god!
With double crits.
Fucking yes!
Oh my god.
I'm going to like miss him, and I'm assuming for flavor he's gonna like smile because he thinks he's all smug and cool. And as he smiles, I want to aim it straight for his smug little mouth and blast it out the back of his head.
Okay, alright. Yeah, as you do, you shoot this blast straight towards his head, knocking it backwards as it looks like it almost dislodges his neck. It's just that force is so strong, he kind of topples back and lays unconscious on the ground. And as he lays there, you suddenly hear a slight and you see what appears to be something on his hand breaking apart and disassembling itself
Transmutation was a.
as magic begins to swirl around him.
Oh.
You have one turn to do something. It's kind of going around him. What do you wish to do? It's
Oh,
like
God.
this is like a
Oh,
quick
God.
reaction thing you can do.
I jump on it.
Pull him out! I pull him out!
Okay, all right. So you run over.
I
you-
also
what do you want to do?
I cast Dispel Magic on him at 4th level.
Oh, all right. Dispel magic. Okay, roll for me an intelligence check.
Okay. Intelligence is the 23.
All
His
right.
virtual.
All right. Luckily for you, your dispel magic is strong enough that as this contingency begins to unleash itself,
Bastard.
it turns to nothing.
I can just
Oh my
imagine
God.
Smokey pop around the corner go, nope.
Just,
All right, I just need to do this one thing real quick. Okay. Yeah, he's on the floor, not moving.
Bind him up, cut off his hands, do
What?
something. Because he's a wizard and they need their hands for casting spells, I assume. So let's do something because I have some questions to ask him.
What are we
Put
gonna
myself here. I'm readying a weapon in case he gets up. If he
Mhm.
gets up, I'm going to try to knock him unconscious.
Sure, yeah.
I will actually, I will spare the dying on him first,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Well-
I will take all my steel ingots out, lay them around him, and I will cast Fabricate. Oh, I'll actually bring the tables over too, break them up, and then cast Fabricate. And I want to literally mummify him in steel and wood,
Oh,
binding him in like this.
full
only
on
his head.
full on Hannibal Lecter, basically.
Yeah, but like it's like a wood kind of mummification sarcophagus type thing with only his head poking out.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, you can do that. With Fabricate, you just begin to concentrate. As you pull the magic through, everything begins to break apart in the air, assembling into the correct shape and form to then suddenly make this little kind of sarcophagus that just encases him and tightens his body up as he is just completely trapped in this restricted wood, unable to move or do anything except for just lay there, kind of almost in a sense like completely flat with just his head kind of still covered and kept in there.
And I will also take out a gag, a makeshift gag, so that I ask him a question, or we'll all ask him a question, and as soon as he answers, finished answering, plug him back up so he can't cast any other spells that just only require verbal.
I'll just consistently be ready to knock him out again with non-lethal damage if he says anything that sounds like an incantation. As well.
Okay, alright. Alright, I mean, yeah, it takes 10 minutes to do this, but with a stabilized unconscious creature, you have all the time to do it. And for those 10 minutes, as he remains completely motionless, you finish the spell, sealing him into this practically inescapable prison. He's still unconscious, but he's alive.
That's fine, I just want to clarify that he's not going anywhere.
No.
I don't think there's anyone else, but I'm still going to keep watch at the hallway.
Okay.
Then, if he's secure and with the gag in his mouth to make sure that he doesn't speak unless we ask a specific question, I'm going to cure wounds at level 1.
Okay. Alright, so go ahead and do your cure wounds. Okay. So, you heal him for 7, and he comes slowly to as he just looks up, gagged with just cloth or something.
Yeah, it's just like a big water cloth.
With one of your napkins. A golden lily napkin.
I'm not wasted a golden lily napkins. No.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be some fucking random fabric.
Okay.
Smokey would have found the most disgusting thing he could find in this laboratory and hand it to Varkesh.
Oh, sure. Alright, yeah.
From that Smeagol-y dude that I head popped in there, that'll be fine.
Either you have a selection of torn up pieces of clothing that have had other bits of excrement put on them in the corners of the cells where the animals existed, or even just some of the underwear of any of the people. It's up to you.
I'm not going to dive too much into the details of said cloth, but
you can use the spare cloth by tearing off some of the robes that Smokey took, even if you wanted to use that.
Sure. Off it is in the face.
Okay, he's effectively gagged as he comes to and just kind of looks around, trying to gather his wits and looking very confused before he sees all three of you, and just kind of you see this like twisted motion of shock, realization, quick analyzation, and then just calmly staring at you.
You lost, bitch. That's the thing I say, but still.
No, let it be the first thing you say, please.
Yeah, sure. It'll be the first thing I say to him.
Okay.
This is like throwing up hand signs to him, going, "You lost, bitch."
Insult to injury. I like it.
Okay.
Roll up in here, we roll you out, man.
But yeah, he's just staring at you, breathing mostly through his nose and a little bit with that like kind of noise that you get with the gag.
Anyone want to ask him some questions?
Dear brother, Varkesh, I thought you wanted to take point on this.
Well, here's the thing. When we're at that weird Jedi Force Wally thing, he just laughed, and it made me second guess whether he is or if he isn't. And the weird thing with no lips in the back room, who I squished like a tomato, he was also kind of divulging information that me maybe second guess that he is. So I'm a little unsure.
Well, actually, you know who could straighten that up for you really nicely?
Who's that?
The guy you have entombed there. So you could ask him that. I don't know.
Okay, Rook.
We could also just relocate him to his the mom thing.
Oh yeah. She would be able to maybe tell us if he's lying.
True.
She also said that he's the one who has the keys to her shackles.
True, but also
even better.
Sod's law also indicates the longer we don't deal with the problem, the more likelihood some other bad shit's going to come and save him.
So why don't we just kill him and let Valindra do her thing?
I have to wait a while to do my thing. I'm all out of spells.
So,
But all right, I don't really feel like going anywhere as of the moment.
So I'll just reach over and I'll pull out the gag from his mouth and go, by chance, are you my brother? Because I'm awfully confused.
Rook, you're still obviously kind of like on edge with the like dagger to the throat or something.
Yep.
Okay. He's just kind of keeping his neck out of the reach of the thing. It's just looking at you. What?
I was given some weird information saying that you are potentially my half-brother because we share the same father. I'm really confused. You speak up.
He's not sure. He's looking down at you and goes, your father?
Yes,
who is your father?
I honestly cannot remember the fucking name of it.
Urtak.
Urtak, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that one.
He kind of like looks you surprised for a moment and looks you up and down for a second.
Yes, I know I'm beautiful and blue, but still, I did ask you a question.
He kind of is a little confused.
I broke Kayla.
But
Kayla.
he does kind of give a weird. Some could say I am, though I am not.
So
He is responsible
yes.
for my creation. If that's
right,
what you
as
mean.
most parental units often tend to be.
Are you his ilk?
I'm. Yes.
His what?
His ilk.
What is that? What is an ilk?
I think it's a form of deer. This guy may have been hit a bit too hard.
Nope. Varkesh, that's elk. What is
Ilk
an
is,
ilk?
ilk is another word for family.
Then yes. Sadly, that 8-foot-tall sack of shite is sadly my daddy. And I'm looking for him, because I need to kill him, because he's a really bad man.
You wish to kill him?
Oh, no, it's not a wish. It's I'm going to find him, and I am going to put many sharp objects in places that anyone wants sharp objects.
You may have an idea of how that works after this encounter.
He kind of looks a little bit around you and goes, you'd have to find him first.
That's why we're talking to you, my supposedly non-brother, half-brother, weirdo, magical, fucking force wall-using motherfucker. I should kill you right now for just using that damn spell. It's ridiculous.
What is your name, by the way? Because just to make things a little less confusing.
Good question.
He just kind of looks. I mean, you're standing in the corner, I guess, not really close to him.
Yeah, no, I'm off to the side,
All
kind
right.
of looking.
I'm guessing he's
down
kind
the
of
hallway.
restricted and he can't really move his head at this point, so he just kind of sees you a little bit in the corner of his eye. He goes, "My name is I have no name."
That's a terrible name. That's a really terrible name.
I don't
All right.
have.
Can I
a
make
name.
an insight check on that?
Sure, you can. But as he continues, he goes, "I was neither born nor granted the gift of a soul to have the name bestowed upon." And you do see he is telling you truthfully. He's very cold, and he doesn't have the emotion and the level of just this personality that you can associate most beings have. It is a little chilling and odd, but it is this empty response and void to him. His actions, his behaviors, everything he's done has been without like this over sense of aggression. It's been calm, collected, and just devoid of any kind of like response that you would normally expect from any creature.
Well, he's not lying.
Can you tell me where to find Daddy Dearest so I could curb stomp him to death?
If you wish to find your father, there are things here that can show you. If you
Mhm.
wish to, you may
Marvelous.
open my trunk and retrieve the map I keep inside for all our locations. Though I would warn
Right.
you,
Just to clarify. Yes.
you might not wish to open it so casually.
Rook, you're up, big guy.
Certainly, but would someone mind taking my place here?
Yeah, okay. I got it.
Okay. I will continue to. Really, you don't have a soul? That explains why you're not big, sexy, and blue like myself. Well, that's a shame. So, another question. The giantess out there. I really don't want to ask this question, but was she there for anything that I may need to call the police for?
To what extent?
Well, she said that she was against her will.
She is
Kind
being
of.
kept against
that's
her
true.
will, if that's what you mean.
Yes, she. Okay, how do I say? She was fucked around the bandy-legged against her will. I mean,
I don't think he was made naturally, Varkesh. I think he was created with a sample from her and a sample from your dad. Is that...
Okay,
Am I
please.
getting that right, No Name?
No.
He kind of
Never
smiles.
say something about my dad again. Ever. Please, for the love of God.
He just smiles and looks at the corner of his eye. Clever girl you have here.
Aw, thank you.
She's not just a pretty face.
Rook, you do see the chest that he was referring to next to the bed.
I'm going to take my time to very carefully inspect it for any trap.
Okay. You look at it closely. It doesn't look to have any trap associated with it. It looks locked and bound, but nothing that you could assume is a typical trap.
Smokey, could you come and have a look at this and see if it's anything of a magical nature?
Smokey will slowly edge into the room. Like this guy right here, I assume.
No, it's
Ish.
by the bed.
Yeah, right there.
Aha. He'll come over here and he'll do a quick. Well, how much time do you want to give me?
As much as you need. It's better safe than sorry in instances like this.
I will cast Identify on this chest.
Okay. So you begin to do that as you cast Identify.
And I will actually use a spell slot, so it's only 1 minute.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sure. Speeding up the process. All right. At that time, yeah, Valindra and Varkesh are just kind of continuing to inquire and talk about it, but yeah.
I do have a question, actually, Mr. No Name. Can I call you that? Can I call you No Name? Probably. So what exactly was the purpose behind all of this? Like, obviously you were creating monsters, but why?
He just looks at you. I wasn't creating them. I was supervising this branch.
Okay, well, why
assume-
was the branch making monsters?
You would have to ask Urtak for that. I just follow the orders. And it seems the one who could answer why they were doing experiments must be dead, or I don't see him here.
Which one could tell us why, if you don't mind?
Uh,
Is it the guy missing part of the face?
He kind of smiles. Oh, you've met him. Yes.
Yeah, lovely smile.
Valindra, he's not just now missing part of his face. His whole head is.
Is his mouth still intact? Varkesh, oh my, always leave the mouths intact. I need the mouths.
Do you?
Yes.
Do you wish for me to repair this?
No.
You take point on this. I didn't mean to smash your head.
How can you repair it?
And as you ask the question, Smokey, you detect on the actual chest what you have recognized, because I believe it is abjuration, and that's something you're familiar with, and you recognize this particular configurement. It is a glyph of warding.
So if there's a magical sort of trap in this thing, first person who opens it without it being predisposed to allow you to open it, it's going to explode. I don't know what type of mojo it'll be. It could be fire, it could be lightning, it could be cold. It'll hurt.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't start trying to pick that yet then.
You need help in there?
Actually, Belindra, can you and Rook swip swap?
Yeah, yeah, he was gonna say something really interesting. Can I have like 5 seconds?
All right.
Yeah, I gotta go take care of that thing. So how can you repair him?
He kind of smiles. It is the nature of this branch to repair and construct functional working body parts. If you wanted him to be reassembled, that is something we can do.
That's really creepy, but also pretty useful. I don't know. You guys discuss. See if that's something you want to do, and I'll go.
Does it seem like he's telling the truth about that to me?
You can make an insight check.
Okay. 28.
He seems to be honest. The fact that this is what this branch has done, a lot of breaking down and reconfiguring or reassembling parts.
Well, I believe he could do it.
So you have no idea why my father specifically owns a branch of monster-creating psychopaths.
I'm just a cog in the machine. I don't know what the rest of the gears are turning, but I know that I am a piece for the greater whole.
So who do you answer to specifically? Like, do you know where he is?
He just smiles. I know where he goes, where he is currently. Oh, that's
That'll
another
help.
story.
Well, no, tell me that story. That will help.
If you wanted to know where he was specifically, you would have to look at the map in my chest. There you will find the many bases that we have located throughout Valoran, and you can
Why
then
are
see
you
which
telling
one
us
he's at.
this?
I see no reason to hide this from you. As long as I am cooperative, I am allowed to live. Am I correct in this?
Well, you just made a rather powerful assumption there, my friend. Maybe.
As long as I am useful, I am kept alive. This seems logical.
I don't know. My bird friend here has been awfully stabby today.
It's true, I have.
DM, would I know that if Glyph of Warding is set off, would whatever it is protecting be damaged as well? Or would it specifically protect what it's protecting?
It's hard to say. The warding glyph specifically can do many things.
I'll poke my head in the room. So if this Glyph of Warded thing just happens to go off without us dispelling it, would the map be okay?
Oh, you asked the
I'm asking the wizard point blank.
Right. Yes. If you open it improperly, yes, the whole room will be destroyed.
Can we move the chest?
I wouldn't recommend that.
I am going to go in the room. I will go towards the chest, and I will cast Dispel Magic at level 4.
Okay.
Should be okay.
Because it's the highest one I can do, I'm afraid.
Alright, go ahead and make a wisdom check for me.
Beefed it up as much as he could. On a beach.
Son of a bitch.
On a beach. Okay. You focus and you try your hardest to get all your own magic to dispel and remove what is here. And as you focus, you release it and you suddenly see what appears to be almost like this shell evaporating and just completely disintegrating away from the chest, removing whatever magic was around it.
I think that did it. I'm not sure.
Oh.
I
Okay.
guess I'll take a look.
Well,
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna back out. I'm gonna go back up here because I'm still pretty hurt.
Okay.
So, before any of that shit happens, I'm going to cure wounds myself at level 2 and then cure wounds myself at level 3.
Okay, so you just kind of are constantly buffing up yourself to make sure you don't die.
Yes.
Okay.
That's 14. And then at level 3. Eh.
13.
13 plus 14. Okay.
27.
27.
It's not bad.
Alright. And then you go to open up the chest.
Aye.
Alright. You go to open it, and it's locked.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I
Rook,
just madly kick the chest.
I mean, you just... it's-
I knew that was locked. He just. I'll go help him.
Okay. You go to open the lock.
So, I'm actually really interested in how you were created, No Name. Do you have any details about that?
The same as all the constructs are created. A piece of this, a piece of that. Grown.
The ones we fought weren't nearly as intelligent as you.
No, they are being mixed with monstrosities. I am nothing but intellectually crafted. I don't have those bestial instincts.
How old are you?
Rook, by the way, you do pop it open without any problem. You just spend your moment. It is unlocked.
And I'll start rummaging through it for anything of interest. Specifically looking for the map, but also any writing or
Sure.
anything of that sort.
Yeah. To answer your question, though, as they're doing the looting, he just looks at you and goes, "No more than 5 years old." And
Aw.
as he does that, you do find inside the chest what appears to be a mismatch of a lot of things. You see paperwork. You see many of them actually recording and being made with proper documentation in regards to experiments, successes and failures, what has been done and what has gone well or wrong. You get the entire records of the whole place. You also get what appears to be a map folded up. Opening it inside, you can see it's a fairly generalized but detailed enough map of the area of Falorn here, the little valley. And you see dots marking around the mountain range and down in the deep wood that seem to have base locations. And you also find what appears to be one very interestingly kind of carved key made of adamantine with this interesting sigil at the handle for the fingers to twist and turn.
Definitely taking the key in the map, and I'll call out. I found notes, and a lot of them.
Can I look at those?
In a moment, still yelling, and then I turn to Barkesh and say, "Well, I don't think we have any use for No Name any longer." Whispering.
I can't think of anything else to ask him. He doesn't seem to know very much about what I'm looking for.
Well then, shall I go finish this?
Actually, I think I would.
By all means.
Might I ask your name, my dear?
Me?
I will
Yes.
take the key.
Oh, my name is Valindra.
Valindra, you wanted to reassemble your friend's, well, my colleague's face?
Yes. Very much so, actually.
Over in the crates, you'll find adhesives. I can tell you the step-by-step
Just glue it.
process to allow you to not only adhere it, but to reattach and regrow them so that they will not only stick, but become one with the remaining tissue.
Stem cell shell.
Yeah.
Shit.
That'd be very helpful. Hey, could you bring me Casanova's head?
I mean, I then relay back to Valindra that it's not exactly. It's more like.
Well,
It
no name.
sounds-
Can you fix, or is it just?
Yes, it will take more time, but yes, it is possible to reassemble, as you call it.
Yeah, Varkesh, just kind of like scoop it up and bring all the little bits in here.
I just lift up like my paw where I've like literally crushed his head, and I start like scraping off at least some of it, and be like, "Well, there's a bit," and then I guess I'll go and gather the rest.
Yeah.
I might always the one doing the messy
But
work.
Rook,
he says
do
as he
you-
walks up.
You walk back, you leave the big paperwork, but you just take the map and the key.
Yep, I have the map and the key, and I'm back in position behind him. I've made very sure to like stay out of his sight line this entire time.
No, sure.
Just like
Rapier ready.
half
just
an
in
hour.
case.
But yes, he looks at you, Valindra. I could make this go faster, but I feel you wouldn't trust me to be released to assist in this. Would you be alright with verbal instruction?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty good at following instructions.
Very well. And he begins to do a step-by-step process. Please make an intelligence check for me to see if you can follow directions properly.
Oh, Lord. Can I make it with advantage since I stitched Winnie back together?
I mean, I'm also listening.
If
so
someone helps you, yes, you could do it with advantage.
I'm definitely keeping an ear out as well.
Well, I mean, you would have to be
So
there to help
noted.
her assemble. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. So, this
We're actually gonna do
this is a tedious process, but with your nat 20, immediately when he begins to describe stuff, you just start to click and fall into place. It is something where you're just like, oh, okay, this is much easier than I thought it would be. You understand it as he tells you to pull out certain, what looks to be almost kind of like iron braziers that have what looks to be sigils marked in them, and you can see that as he tells you to put flesh in them to mix liquid inside, and you see that as it does, the sigil radiates a heat, the things begin to fuse, things begin to reattach, and they reassemble. You see him taking the blob to another table, actually putting what looks to be like other bits together, reattaching them, making them function, as you slowly begin to, almost kind of like Mr. Potato Head, rebuild a functioning decapitated head, basically. Since all you needed was a head. But yeah,
Yep.
you're able to do this without any hindrance or slowing, and you can finish this within like an hour.
Sweet.
So you finish it up, and it is not more than just like a typical, what you would call just like it looks like a almost like a clay face head. So it's kind of a little weird and warped and a little kind of like droopy. It looks functional. Looks like it could do the job that you expect it to do, but it's definitely kind of a little off looking. But
Yeah, that's fine.
it works fine.
Yeah, I'll ask No Name. Was he another one of the experiments?
No, he was a pivotal experimenter. He was useful at creating new forms of hybrids.
What was wrong with him? He definitely wasn't all together.
Well, most sane people wouldn't try this type of science.
Oh, what was his name?
You mean the one with the, as he kind of does the little thing with his teeth?
Yeah.
They called him Jack. Though as to being his true name, I don't know.
Well, that's fine. Jack will do.
How often do patrols come in here?
Well, depends on if you let them live or if they've also been dispatched.
Killed pretty much everyone in here.
Then
That doesn't
probably
mean that they
no.
don't have full count, though.
The next checkup on this location isn't scheduled for another month.
Good.
And since I am not able to notify them of this breach, I would say that would be accurate.
And is there any failsafe should you not speak to anybody for an extended period of time?
Sorry, get that again?
And is there any failsafe should you not speak to anybody for an extended period of time, or is it just a checkup?
If you wish to double check any of the contingencies that we have in place, you will need to go into my ritual room to eradicate that.
Mr. No Name, you've obviously expressed some interest in staying alive, but, I mean, do you have any sort of, I don't know, interests or dreams or goals or anything like that?
I don't
I mean,
see
what
any
makes you-
relevance to that.
Does anything make you happy?
I don't know happy.
It's so sad.
Oh, Andrew, hate to do this, but we are like 5 minutes of the time, and I really need to.
That's fine, that's fine, because as this is happening, Rook, you were keeping an eye out for him to, like, you know, doing the whole dagger snappy, whatnot, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
Yep, Belindra, while you were at the table and looking at stuff, please make a intelligence check for me, Rook.
Okay, grab a moment here. There's a button. 21.
Okay. You notice that as he has kind of finished telling you a few things, he does mutter something softly. And you do
Boom.
recognize it as arcane.
Yep, that was a non-lethal strike to the back of the head.
Sure. Go right ahead and roll for your attack.
Okay,
Probably advantage.
With advantage.
Yeah, you can't exactly do anything.
Oh, that's
so-
fine. Yeah.
19.
Mm-hmm.
19 bludgeoning, technically.
He is still conscious.
What? Okay.
And as you do that attack, he releases the spell, verbal only, and you see him clap out of existence.
Probably dimension door.
Son of a bitch!
Okay.
This is why I would rather have just killed him, but alright.
You gave him 1 hour to short rest, and he recovered 43 hit points.
He was doing intensive instructing. That's
He
not
was
rest.
casually relaxing and talking and conversing. You can do short rests like that.
Motherfucker.
But yes.
Hmm.
And that's where we're going to end it for tonight, as you have assembled a very weird clayish head and seeming now an empty casket in front of you. But good job, guys. You technically did defeat him. You knocked him down really hard.
He's not dead!
He's not dead, but you definitely knocked him 1-2, and you were able to not only get some information, you retrieved some valuable pieces of evidence and also some useful items to be able to use when we return next week. So, thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope that the players weren't too frustrated with the way that it went. And
Oh no!
no, of course not. No, certainly not. But yes, of course, if you do enjoy this, remember we always stream every Sunday at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, and we also have another stream that goes on Tuesdays, again same time, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, which is Hoda, Horseman of the Apocalypse. We have Hoda loyalty points and other points that you can then use to spend for our players on the Tuesday game if you watch here on Sunday and on Tuesday. So win-win for everyone all around. But other than that, from me, your little DM, and our lovely 4 players here, thanks again, and we hope to see you soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, folks.
Bye.